Hello, welcome back. In this course, we are going to prepare for Alteryx Designer Core Certification. The aim of the course is to clear Alteryx Designer Core Certification exam with very less effort. We will cover all the exam related topics and we will cover all the exam related configuration that you should learn before appearing the exam. So let's see what are we going to learn from this course. You could see when the course is updated. It's recently updated and already more than 3000 students enrolled into the course. The current rating of this course is 4.1, which is very less, and I will try to explain this after some time. Now let's go to the course content, and you could see what are you going to learn from this. And the course content, detailed course content you could see here, and you could see we covered all the exam related topics in short videos. It's not 1 hour or 2 hour long explaining everything all together. It's very simple and short, simple dedicated video to explain each configuration and concept. So in each video we want to cover a exam related topics, and we don't want to make a single large 2 hour or 3 hours of video course. We want to make it straightforward. In each video we will try to cover a simple concept that are relevant for exam. We don't want to waste your time. So we will try to cover exam related topics in each videos. Now we will be using the latest version of Alteryx Designer Studio. So we will be using very latest version of Alteryx Designer Studio. So in some course you could find very old version of Alteryx Designer Studio, but here you will find the latest version. And you will get more than 10 hours of on-demand video, one practice test, 73 downloadable resource, and lifetime access and certification of completion. And this course comes with a 30-day money back guarantee. And this course comes with a 30-day money back guarantee and a very detailed description you could find at the bottom. Now let's focus on the review part. This will be the most confusing part, and you could see many students are complaining about the audio quality. You could see many students are complaining about the audio quality, and I understand and I accept it. There was some issues, and in the latest version we fixed all the issues. There were some issues and I couldn't fix it on time, but the latest version will resolve all the issues. We recently updated this course, and if you could follow this lecture, throughout the course you could find the same audio quality. And if you look at the review, none of the students are complaining about the course content. All the students are happy with the course content and it is relevant for exam. None of the students are complaining we are covering unnecessary topics or unwanted topics. None of the students are complaining about the course content. All the students are worried about the audio issues, and in this latest version I believe there won't be any issues. And if you could follow this lecture, and you could check other preview videos also, if you could follow this lecture you could follow the entire course. And this course comes with a 30-day money back guarantee. If you have any issues, you could ask for refund. There won't be any issues. So I hope you could find this course helpful, and if you enroll, you will be able to clear the exam without any difficulties. So let's get started. Hello, welcome back. In order to follow this lab and demo, you need some Excel files, CSV files. The files which I am going to use, you could find under resource section. And if you want, you could use these files. And if you want to use your own files, you could use any Excel file. You could follow the lab. There won't be any issues. But if you want to use the same file, you could use these files. Now, if you have any questions, you could go to Q&A section and you could select the lecture or current lecture, and you could select a ask new questions, and based on course content or something else, you could select and you could write the questions and detailed description, and you could publish it, and I will try to answer it. Similarly, you could find the announcement, all the latest announcement you could find here, and the review. You could add a review, and there will be some learning tools, and you could use this learning tool to learn or complete this course. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In this video, we are going to download latest version of Alteryx. Normally, we just search download Alteryx in Google and we will click the very first link. But if you follow this step, usually you need to enter a professional email address like @google.com or cognizant.com. Similar kind of professional email address you need to use. But if you don't want to use your company email address and you want to download Alteryx, then you could follow another method. Instead of searching download Alteryx, just search download Alteryx career change. And you could see there is an option called independent learners. And I will try to share this link in the resource section as well. So click on the second link, independent learners. Now you could see the details of this program. Click on start learning. Now you need to fill a simple form and anyone can fill this form. You need to specify your name, employer and professional email address, but you could specify any email address. Similarly, you need to select function. I'm going to select education. Then current role. I'm going to select education, but you could select independent learners or something relevant to your professional. Something relevant to your profession. Also select the location, enter postal code as well as educational qualification, and I am not specifying LinkedIn profile. Also you need to select whether you are working in the military or not. Also this is the important part. You need to select yes. Is your interest in Alteryx Designer license exclusively for your own learning purpose? Make sure you select yes. Now you could select how soon are you going to learn this and enter the CAPTCHA. And once you click accept the cookies, you could see the button to submit. And once you click submit, you will receive an email which is something like this. There you could see 3 steps. First you need to get a license and it will take 1 or 2 days, and for me it took around 12 hours. So you need to wait few hours, and once you get the license you could download and you could activate the license. So it took around 12 hours for me, and the license or the email will look like this, which contain 2 licenses. One is for Alteryx Designer. The second one you need to use, and you could see the validity. So whether you use it or not, it will expire within few days. So you could expect around 3 months. Now you need a account, Alteryx community account, and if you don't have, you could click on activate now. So it will ask you to enter the login credentials. But you could register it. So you need to specify your email address and they will send a OTP, and after entering the OTP you could enter the details and you could create an account. I already have an account, so I'm not going to create a new account. Now once you get the license, you could use the license to download and install Alteryx. So we already received the license, so let's go to that mail and copy the right license key. So we are going to download Alteryx Designer. So let's copy the right license key and click on Getting Started Guide. And you will find the options or link to download new version of Alteryx. So install Alteryx Designer, click here. Also you could see the minimum requirement for installing Alteryx. Now enter the login credentials, or you could register also. Now enter the license key and other details. and click continue. Now we need to verify again. So just specify your email address and send verification code. And click on send verification code. And you will receive a new verification code. Enter the verification code and click verify code. Now select Alteryx Designer. So we are going to download Alteryx Designer. Click on download. Let's select the version. I'm going to use the latest version. So select the version and click next. Now we need to select Alteryx Designer non-admin version. And the download is started and it may take few minutes. Once the download get completed, open the folder and click on Run Administrator or Run as Administrator. And click on Next. Accept the license agreement. And if you want to change the location, you could change it. Click Next. And everything is ready. Just click Install. And our Alteryx Designer Studio latest version will be installed. And it will take few minutes. After the installation, click on Run Now and Finish. So it will open Alteryx Designer. And close this. Now you need to enter the email address as well as license key. And activate it. Now we could click on Start Solving. Now if you want, you could go through tour or you could close the tour. Let's go to the tour. Now you could see we need to drag the tools. So this is how Alteryx will work. We need to drag the tools. Make the configuration using configuration window. Say for example, select the file. Add another tool. And make sure they are connected. And make the configuration. Add another tools. And once you are ready with your workflow, run it. That's it. This is how Alteryx will help us to create workflow that we will learn in details. So let's close this. So we just managed to install latest version of Alteryx. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now once you install Alteryx, you could see a window something like this. On the top, you could see some icons like open, save, cut, copy, similar kind of icons you could see. Then we have some menus like file, edit, view. And below that, you could see tool palette. And you could see category like favorite, recommended, and other categories inside tool palette. Say for example, input output category will contain tools like bringing data to Alteryx. Tools that help you to bring data into Alteryx or export data from Alteryx to files or database, like input data tools or output data tools. Then we have category like preparation that help you to prepare your data, just like select relevant columns, apply filters, or apply formula to derive new columns, or select random data. Similar kind of operation. Preparation can be done using preparation tools. Then we have tools like join that help you to combine data from multiple sources. Or if you want to parse your data, we have tools like datetime or text column. Then to transform your data. To transform your data, you have tools like summarization tools, transpose tool, cross tab. So if you look at the tools, you could see similar category, or tools within the category will have similar shape as well as color. Tools icons will look like similar based on the category it belongs to. So you could easily identify a tools by just looking at the color and shape. So if the tool belongs to transform category, we will have similar shape and similar color. But if you look at the parse tool, they will have similar color and similar shape. But if you look at the join tool, they will have different shape and color. So by looking at the color and shape, you could easily identify which category it belongs to. Now Alteryx support many tools and you can't see all of them here, but you could customize this. You could customize your tool palette using this add remove option. So you could see we have an option to configure tool palette, and you could select or deselect tools. Say for example, if you want to deselect any of the tools or category, you could use this option. And within the category, if you don't want to list all the tools, you could deselect some of them. So for example, inside join category, we selected all these tools. But if you don't want to include or list these two, you could simply deselect. Now if you click OK, you could see inside join tools, we removed few tools. Now if you look at the tools, you could see there is a star icon, which means this tool is added into favorite category. So if you look at the favorite category, you could see some of the favorite tools, and you could add any tools into the favorite category by simply selecting the star. Now if you go back to favorite, you could see a new tools has been added. Now if you don't want to add a tool into the favorite category, simply deselect the star. Say if you don't want to include these two tools in your favorite category, simply deselect, and if you go back to some other category and if you come back, you could see those tools will be removed from favorite category. Now based on the recommendation, based on your preference, based on how you are using the tool, Alteryx will recommend some of the tools, and you could see the recommended category inside tool palette. Now this is the configuration window where we will configure our tools. So if you drag a tool into the canvas area, this is our canvas area, you could use configuration window to configure it. Now this is the canvas area where we will design the workflow. Also we have a result window where we could see the preview of our data. Now in order to execute our workflow, we could use run button, and if the configuration is correct, it will allow us to execute, and if there is any error, it will show it's failed to execute because we didn't configure our tools properly. So you could see the result inside result window, and if there is any error, that also will be listed inside result window. And inside our result window, you have an option to see metadata that we will discuss later. So in next video, we will discuss how we could create a new workflow. We have a few icons at the top, then we have some menus, then we have tool palette where we have all the tools, and you could configure your tools using add remove tools, and you could add tools to the favorite category using star button, and inside recommendation, Alteryx will recommend the tools based on your historic preference. Also we have similar kind of tools inside each category. So you could see all the input output operation tools are grouped into input output category. Inside preparation, you could see all the tools that will help you to prepare your data. Similarly, inside join category, you could see tools that help you to combine data from multiple sources. So that means tools are grouped into different category based on their operation, what kind of operation they are going to perform. Then we have workflow configuration is there that we will explain in the upcoming lecture. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In our previous video, we saw how to use Alteryx Designer Studio. It's time to create a very first workflow using Alteryx. So in order to create new workflow, we could use this plus button. Or we could go to File, and insert file, you could see we have an option to create new workflow. Or we could use shortcut Ctrl+N. So let me create a new workflow. Now you could drag the tools from the tool palette. So you could see we have option to add all these tools into the workflow. Now I'm going to add a tool called test input tool. So this tool helps you to add data manually. If you want to enter some small data set into your workflow, you could add those data using test input tool. Also, if you select a tools, you could see a short description, what function it will provide, and some tool will provide an example. You could open this example and see how you could configure these tools. So let me drag this tool. Now you could use configuration window to configure this tool. Now if you click somewhere outside, you could see an error mark indicating it is not configured properly. Now you could drag more tool into the canvas area using a tool palette. From tool palette, you could drag more tool to the workflow. Also, you could add tool using right click. So you could right click, select insert, and you could choose any of the tools from this category. Similarly, you could select the tool, right click, and you could see we have an option called insert after. So you could choose all the tools that you could connect to these tools using this insert after. Or you could search for a tools, say for example sort. And you could see we have an option called tools. You could drag the tools from the search into the workflow. And I just want to add a point. If you search about a tools, you could see the tools, help section about the tools, and community. And community is something like Facebook group where you could ask questions to other Alteryx developer. So there you could create a profile and you could ask any doubts. So you could see once you search something, it will list tools, help section, and community. And you could select the link according to your requirement. Now we just dragged a tool from the search bar. Now we just drag a tool from the search bar. Similarly, you could go to preparation. You could drag tools. Now once you drag the tools and if you didn't configure properly, you could see a error mark. So we didn't configure our test input tools or sort tool. Now if you bring the tool somewhere near, you could see a possible connection. That means Alteryx will recognize or recommend a possible connection. So if you drop it, it will create a connection. Now if I drop it here, it will create a single connection between test input tools and sort tool. But if I drop it here, it will create two connections between test input tool, sort tool, and sort. So let me drop it here, or let me drop it here, and we could use this anchor. So this is called anchor, and for this tool, you could see only one anchor at the right side, which means this tool can send some data to other Alteryx tool. But if you select the second tool, sort tool, you could see it having two anchor. One is left side. That means it can accept data from other Alteryx tool. That means you could send the data from test input tool to sort tool. Similarly, there is a anchor at the right side. That means sort tool can send data to other Alteryx tool. So you could send the data to other sort tool or some other tools. Now if you drag output data tools or browse tool, you could see there is only one anchor which is at the left side. That means this tool can accept data from other Alteryx, but it will not send data from this tool to other Alteryx. So you could send the data from sort tool to browse tool. Now if you want to delete any tools, you could simply select the tools and you could choose the delete option, or you could simply select and you could use delete key from your keyboard to delete the tool. Now in order to configure any tools, you could use configuration window. Now we just added test input tools. Now if you select the test input tools, you could see it help you to add data manually. So if you want to add any data to your workflow, you could use test input tool. So let me add some data. I just added 3 row and 3 column, but still the error is there. That means even though we added some data or configured this tool properly, the error is still there. But if you select somewhere in the canvas or if you select any other tool, that error will disappear. So you could see the error is disappeared. That means this tool is configured properly. But we didn't configure our sort tool. So if you select the sort tool, you could see it's recognized 3 fields. We have 3 fields inside our input data. Now if you rename, say value 1 or let it value. Now if you go to sort tool, it will recognize that. Now sort tool help you to sort our data either ascending order or descending order. So you could select it, and there are some other configuration also there that we will discuss in the upcoming lecture. Now we selected sort tool, we configured it, but the error is still there. But if you select somewhere in the canvas area, that will disappear. So we just configured our sort tool as well as test input tool, and we don't need any configuration for browse. It will preview the data. So if you want to execute this workflow, you could use a run button. Now if you want to delete any connection, you could simply select the connection and delete the connection. And we have few more options there. Make connection wireless. And even change connection color. So if you want to change the color, you could use a different color. Similarly, if you want to add any tools in between this test input tool and sort tool, you could use insert in connection. And you could select any tools like and you could use or you could select relevant columns. So I'm not going to do it. Now in order to run our workflow, we could use this run button or we could use shortcut. So that's all for this video. In next video, we will see how we could execute it. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we just created our workflow. Now let's execute this workflow. So in order to execute this workflow, we could use run button or we could use shortcut Ctrl+R, or you could select a tools and choose cache and run workflow. So let me use run workflow and it's executed. So you could see how much time it took and which all the data affected. So we read 3 record from test input tool. Now if you select the anchor, you could see the corresponding data. Also, if you want to see the messages, you could use the message, and in the output you could see the data. Also you could select relevant columns and you could use cell viewer to see the actual data inside the cell. Also you could see how many records are displaying, and we have an option to search, and right now we are inside data tab. That means we are seeing the actual data. But if you want to see the metadata, that means data about your data, you could choose metadata, and you could see we will be able to see the name, type, size, source and description inside our metadata. Now if you select the input anchor of sort tool, you could see the same data, but if you select the output anchor, you could see the data is sorted because we selected value descending order sort. Now if you select the browse tool, you could see the profile details as well as the data. Now what is the difference between result window and browse tool? By using result window, you could see first 1 MB of record. But if you want to see the entire data, you could use browse tool that will show the entire data as well as profile information. Now if you look at the data, you could see 100% OK. That means the quality. That means there is no issue with this data. Means we don't have any missing value or data quality issues. And we will discuss different colors and the meaning in the upcoming videos. But the idea is if the data is accurate and correct, it will show green color. And for all this data, we don't have any issues. Now finally, we have one more option, action, that help you to export all record, copy to clipboard or new window. So we have few options in the action itself. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. So far we discussed many configurations and tools inside Alteryx. There are many tools and we discussed many configuration about all these tools. But we never discussed why we need to use community inside Alteryx. So there is a website community.alteryx that provide help and support. There you could find other developer. So you could participate in discussion regarding different tools of Alteryx. So if you have any question, you could ask the question and the community members will try to help you. So you could meet other developers, as well as if you want to fix some issues regarding your workflow, you could share with them. Now, how will you create an account or how will you open this community account? It's very simple. You could open the URL and you could create it. Similarly, if you are using Alteryx, inside Alteryx, if you go to help, you could see there is an option community that will also open the community page. Similarly, if you are working with some tools, say for example input data tools, you could search and you could drag the tool from the tool palette or from the search, which we already discussed. You could find the help section of input data tools and there is a community links. So if someone already asked any questions about these tools, that will be listed here. And if you have any other question, ask the community a question. Ask the community a question. And it will open Alteryx community. So it's very, very useful environment or group and you should use this. You should utilize this if you are working with the Alteryx. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In our last lecture or in our last module, we discussed how to create our very first workflow. Also, we discussed how we could create a new workflow by clicking this plus button or going to this menu and selecting new workflow or using shortcut Control N. Right now we are in the blank workflow, so we could use this workflow as a new workflow. Now, in order to bring data into Alteryx, we could use input data tools. So in this module, we are going to focus input output tools. So let me bring some data from our file system into Alteryx. So by using input data tools, you could bring data into Alteryx. So if you select, you could see this tool, input data tool, help you to bring data into your workflow by selecting file or a database. Even you could use a query. You could select some query or execute some query and retrieve that. Now, if you want to see the detailed example, you could use this option, open example. Now, I'm not going to the example right now. Now, in order to configure our input data tools, you could use configure window. So we could use configure window to configure our input data tools. So if you click somewhere in the canvas area, you could expect some error because we didn't configure this. So let's select the tool and let's use the setup a connection. So by using this connection, you could configure from where are you going to get the data. Now you could see we have a recent which is listing our tutorials data. So while demoing the Alteryx installation, I think we used this tutorials data. That's why it's listing here. Now, if you want to clear this list, you could use clear list. Now, in order to bring data from a file system, you could use files. Now you could see Alteryx support wide variety of file systems. So you could even bring data from QVX or other format like Alteryx or other format like CSV, Excel, and it support many formats. Now either you could use select file or drag it. So let me drag a file So I'm going to drag a Excel file. So we could simply drag it. Now if it is a Excel file, it will ask you to select the sheet. Right now there is only one sheet in our Excel file. So you could see we have option to select that sheet. Now if you want to select a specific range of data, you could use this option to specify the range of columns you want to select. Similarly, if you want to import only the sheet names, you could use this option. Right now I'm going to use this first option without selecting range. Entire data from this sheet. Now the error is still there, but you could see a preview of first 100 record. Now if you click somewhere in the canvas area, that error will disappear. Now we configured this tool to bring our data from our Excel file, but the data is still not loaded into Alteryx. Only the first 100 record is available. Now instead of configuring input data tools, you could do one thing. You could simply drag the files, and there are multiple file Alteryx support, and if you drag any file that Alteryx support, a input data tool will automatically get created with the basic configuration. So if you need to configure something like selecting sheet, you need to configure that part, and once you click OK, you could see a input data tool is configured. Now instead of doing this, instead of dragging, you could select the file. So if you drag its input data tools, and if you use setup a configuration, you could see right now we have two recent connection. We could use FIFA, or if you go to files, select file. Now if you select the data locations, you could see there is only one file that Alteryx support, and I can use. Now let's click OK. Now if you go back to the data set, you could see there are few images or PDF files that Alteryx does not support. So you could see we have PowerPoint or JPG file or PNG files or even PDF that Alteryx does not support. So you can't drag this kind of files into Alteryx. So only those files that Alteryx support will be dragged. So once you drag those files, Alteryx will create a input data tools and configure it. So I'm not going to drag it. So now we have three input data tools, and all the three input data tool is configured to load the data from the same Excel file, and we configured it in three different ways. Now in order to bring the data into Alteryx, we need to execute it, and you could use run button, or you could execute using shortcut also, Ctrl+R. Now I'm not going to execute it right now, but I'm going to save this workflow. Now in order to save this workflow, either you could go to file, use save option, or you could use Ctrl+S, or you could use this save button. So at the top you could see there is an option called save. There is an icon that you could use. Now you could specify where you want to save. So you could specify the name. Now the important part is Alteryx will save this file as .yxmd. That means the workflow, Alteryx workflow file extension is .yxmd. So you could expect this kind of questions in your exam or even in the interview also. So you should remember the file extension for Alteryx workflow is .yxmd, and to save the workflow you could use shortcut Ctrl+S. To create new workflow you could use Ctrl+N. Similar kind of simple question you should remember. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In our last lecture or in last module, we discussed how to insert tool into Alteryx workflow. So this is our canvas area, and we could drag the tool from tool palette into the canvas area, or we could right click, select insert and select the tools, or we could even select the tool and choose insert after. Also you could use shortcut add browse tool after. So you could use Control Shift B, which is also very popular exam questions. So you could use Control Shift B to add a browse tool just after the tool. Now even you could search for a tools like browse tool and you could drag it. So we discussed this part in our last lecture. Now in order to delete the tools, you could simply select the tools and use delete button. So we just need one tool to bring the data from the same file. So that's why I deleted all other files. Now in order to execute this workflow, we could right click and choose cache and run, or we could use run options, or you could even use the shortcut. So let's execute it and you could see our execution is completed. Now there are 13 fields are there. You could see there are 13 fields and all the fields are listed here. But if you don't want to see all these fields in your result window, you could deselect some of them, or you could even select all of them. So you could use select all of them or even deselect all of them using these two options. Similarly, if the cell contain very large amount of data or large text, you could use cell viewer to see the detailed data and the data types. Also, you could see how many records are there. And if you want to search for a specific value, you could use this search option. Say for example, if you search 84 and if you click enter, you could see all the records or all the data which contain the value 84. So we have overall 84. Similarly, if you search for 68, you could see we have value 68, or even you could see 68. So you could search for a specific value using this option. Now you could deselect or select search values. Now right now we are seeing the data, means actual data we are analyzing. But if you want to see the metadata or data about your data, you could use metadata and you could see name, type, size, source, similar kind of metadata details. So all these are potential interview questions or exam questions. So that's why I am repeating again and again. Now let's add a browse tool. So by using result window, you could analyze your data. And there is a limitation. You could only analyze first 1 MB of record using your result window. And in the configuration window, you could see first 100 record. So inside configuration window, you could see first 100 record. And if you update the data, you could use refresh button to refresh your data. And this will load even without running your Alteryx. And once you execute Alteryx, you could see the result inside result window, and that will show only first 1 MB record. Now, if you want to customize this 1 MB record or limitation, you could select the canvas, then go to runtime, and you could use. Right now, we don't have this option in the runtime, but if you go to options and user settings, edit user settings, now you could see we have a option. Override tool result settings, memory limit per anchor. So you could update it here. So by default, it will show only 1 MB record. So in the output anchor, if you select any anchor, you will be able to see first 1 MB record. But if you want to update that limitation, you could use this option. Similarly, there are many other settings are there inside user settings. Say for example, if you want to update the themes, you could update it. And many other options are there that I'm not going to discuss now. And there is one more limitation. By default, Alteryx usually use 3 GB memory or up to 3 GB RAM to process your data. But if you want to update it, you could use this option. Or even you update that value here also. Now, if you want to analyze your data and if you want to analyze more information for specific tools, you could add browse tool. So if you select browse tool, it will help you to analyze your data, view data from a connected tool and view data profile information and other details. And if you want to learn more about these tools, you could open the example and you could learn it, how to configure it. But I'm going to drag it. So instead of dragging the tools, I'm going to select the tool and use the shortcut Shift Control Shift P. And you could see a browse tool is added. And there are many options will be there. You need to learn all these. Now let's execute it. So we could either use shortcut or run button. Now our execution is completed. Now let's select the browse tool. Now we didn't select any of the field, so it will show an overview of your data. How many informations are there, that will be listed here. So whatever information will be there, it will list there. Now let me select a string column. So let me select prior name, which is string. Now you could see the profile information. It's a string data and there is no null values, empty data or error data. Error means if the data contain trailing or leading space or similar kind of unwanted character in your data, that will be considered as not okay. Then if the data contain null values, it will consider null. Now for null value, you could see it's yellow. Not okay means error data or contain leading or trailing space, and it will be marked as red. Then empty means gray, and green means okay, right, correct data. Now inside our prior name, we don't have any null values, and other statistic you could analyze here. Now let me select weight, and you could see there is one null value out of 25. 24 data are okay, and 19 unique record is there, and one null value is there, and we don't have any empty value. And if the data is numeric, the statistic will change according to the numeric value. But if the data is string, the statistic will change according to the string value. Now if you add many browse tool in your workflow, it will take a lot of memory and your workflow will be very less efficient. And if you want to disable your browse tool for temporary purpose, you could go to canvas settings, select runtime, and we have few options. And you should remember all these settings, especially disable all browse tool. So if you select disable all browse tool, all the browse tool inside your workflow will be disabled and no data will flow into this tool. And if you want to use any of the other options, you could use it. Now let me execute it. And you could see there is no information inside our browse tool. And finally, I just want to add one more information. If you use some tools inside your canvas area and Alteryx sometimes allow you to convert the tool, especially if the tool is browse tool, you could convert it into output data tools. That means browse tool will only allow you to analyze your data inside Alteryx environment. But if you want to save the result into a file or into a database, you could use output data tools, and you could convert your existing tool like browse tool to output data tools or to macro output. So you should remember all this. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we know how to use input data tool to bring data into Alteryx. Also we saw how to use browse tool. This time I'm going to use a tool called filter tool that you could find under favorite category as well as inside preparation. So in order to add a tool into the favorite, you could simply select the star. Now if you select filter tool, you could see by using this tool, you could restrict your data. So in our output window or in the result window, we have an option to select relevant column. But it's for analyzing purpose. It's not actually restricting our data. To apply restrictions on top of our data, you could use filter tool. Now if you want to see the more details example, you could open this example and you could learn how the filter tool will work. But I'm going to drag a filter tool. Now we could connect the output of our input data tool as an input to the filter tool. And we have a very basic configuration. We could either select basic filter or we could select custom filter. In the case of basic filter, we could select only one column and we could apply filter condition based on that column. Now in the case of filter tool, we will be applying some condition, and based on the condition our data will be categorized as true. If the condition match, those record will go to true bucket, and if the data does not match, that will go to false bucket. So let's see how this is working. So assume you have 20 record and you have some columns. By using filter tool, you could apply some condition. Say for example, if you apply one condition called age is greater than 31, all the record that satisfy the condition will go to true bucket, and all the record that does not satisfy the condition will go to false bucket. Now if you apply another condition like age is greater than 20, all the record that satisfy will go to true bucket, and if there is any record that does not satisfy will go to false bucket. But in this case all the record are satisfying the condition, so every record will go to true bucket and 0 record will go to false bucket. So if you input n record, at the output you will get n record. Some of them will be in the true bucket and some of them will be in the false bucket. And sometime everything will go to true bucket or false bucket depending upon our conditions. So you should remember this. You could expect similar kind of question. Now inside our filter condition, we could either use basic filter or custom filter. I'm going to use basic filter, and if you select basic filter, you will be able to filter your data based on a single column. So let's select overall rating, and you could see these are the filter condition I could apply, because overall rating is a numerical column and I could select any of the numerical operation. But if I select player name, it's a string column, and the condition, what kind of operation I could apply on top of player name, that is changed because it's a string column. So let me select overall rating equal to 84. Now if I execute, we could see 4 records satisfying the condition. Now as we selected disable all browse tool, it's not listing. So let me deselect this option and let's run again. And you could see there are 4 records. So there are 4 records which satisfy this condition, and all other 21 records will go to false bucket. Now we could apply another one more filter condition. Say I'm going to apply filter condition based on age. So I will select age. Now we could select greater than or equal to. So let me select greater than 21. So all the record that is satisfied with this condition will go to true bucket, and the remaining will go to false bucket. Now if I select true bucket, I could see 3 records that satisfy this condition is in our true bucket, and 1 record that does not satisfy in the false bucket, and 21 record that does not satisfy this condition in this false bucket. Now if I drag one more filter condition, and if I select the input, and this time I'm going to select overall rating equal to 84. Now the condition is exactly same. But if I select custom filter, the corresponding filter condition is written as an expression. So both will give the same result. So let's execute it. Now if I select true bucket, I could see 4 records. If I select true bucket, I could see 4 records. So both will give the same exact result, because one is basic filter and second one is custom filter. Now I could apply the same filter condition using AND. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In our last lecture, we discussed about filter tool, and it's one of the very powerful tool inside Alteryx. And for most of the data analysis, we need to use filter tool. So we should expect multiple questions about filter tool, and we need to understand how the tool is working. So in our last lecture, we discussed how the filter tool is working, or what kind of configuration it supports. There will be 2 kinds of filter. One is basic filter, and in the case of basic filter, you could select a column. It will only support single column, and based on the data types, you could select the kind of operation. Say you could select some filter condition and you could specify the value. And if the data type is string, the kind of operation will change. So if it is a numerical column, you could apply numerical operation, but if it is a string column, the operation, kind of operation will change. Now, if you want to apply filter condition on top of multiple column, you could use custom filter. And another important point is if there are 25 input records are there, at the end, after filter condition, you will get 25 records. Some of them will go to true bucket and some of them will go to false bucket. But total 25 record you will get. Now, if you want to apply basic filter, you need to apply multiple filter condition. So in order to apply filter condition on multiple column, you need to use multiple filter tools. But if you use custom filter, you could use AND operation and you could specify the filter condition. And another important point is filter tool does support AND or not. So let's apply OR and let's execute it. Now you could see there are 24 records in the true bucket and 1 record in the false bucket. So that's the only one record that does not satisfy this condition. And instead of AND, you could use AND operator. So you could use AND operator. So let's try this. Now you could see we are getting 3 records in the true output and 22 records in the false. Now instead of OR, you could use OR symbol, which is pipe. And you could see Boolean OR. Let's execute it. Now you will see 24 record in the true and 1 record in the false. Now you could see one more important point. If you select a column, say for example overall rating, you could apply is null. So I think inside weight column we have one null value. So let's select the weight. You could see there is one null value inside weight. So let me select weight and let's use is null. If you want to restrict your data based on whether the data is null or not null, you could use is null or is not null. Similarly, you have is empty, is not empty is there. So let's execute it. Now you could see the one record where the weight value is null, you could see it's in true bucket and all other records are in false bucket. Now if you select custom filter, you could see the corresponding formula for is null. Let's execute and we could see the same result. Now if you want to apply not is null, so you could see not is null, you could use this operator. Or you could even try not. Now if you check, you could see all the 24 record in the true bucket because the filter is not is null. So all these are not is null and one record that is null in the false bucket. So during the exam and interview, you could expect questions based on and or not and how you could use them in the filter tool. Now you could see some icons. So you could expect questions about all of them. So one is if you want to save some expression, you could use this save button. So if you have some expression, complex expression that you want to reuse again and again, you could simply save them. Say for example, you could specify one name and you could save it. Now if you drag a filter tool and if you want to reuse the saved expression, go to custom, you could find the option to browse the expression and you could use any of the recent expression. So these are the expression which we wrote, but if you expand saved expression, you could see we have an option to use the saved expression. Now if you want to save it in a different name, you could save it. Similarly, if you expand, you could see we have an option to edit it. So you could rename it or even delete the saved expression. Now similarly, inside our data, you could see we have all these columns. But if you are writing a expression and if you want to find the column names or exact column names, you could use this option, existing column names. So you could use like so you could write something like this. So if you want to add more columns, you could use the option to browse existing columns. Similarly, inside Alteryx, it supports many functions. So if you want to use any of the string function or math function, you could use this fh. So if you want to use any string functions, you could simply use string. Then you could select the function and you could specify corresponding column. So these are the few options you should remember. So inside your Alteryx, you could use filter tool to restrict your data. And if you input n records, you will find n record at the output. Some of them will be in the true bucket, some of them will be in the false bucket. And it supports basic filter where you could select single column, and based on the data types, the kind of operation will change. Using custom filter, you could apply filter condition on multiple columns, and you could save a expression, browse a saved expression, and you could list all the column names, and you could find the supported functions using fh. So these are the few important points you should remember while using filter tool. Also, you could apply filter condition on multiple columns using and or not operator. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. So far we discussed about input data tools that help you to bring data into Alteryx. Also we discussed how to use filter tool that help you to restrict your data. So in the case of filter tool, you will be restricting your data based on some condition, and only those records that satisfy will go to true bucket, and those it fail will go to false bucket. So we will be applying some condition and restricting our records. But there are some situations you need to restrict your data at the column levels or in the field level. So right now we have 13 fields are there. So you could see we have 13 fields, and you could select relevant columns in the result window. But it's not restricting. All the records are still there. But if you don't want to analyze all this data, you could select relevant fields using select tool. So if you want to restrict your data using select field, you could go to favorite category, or you could even go to preparation and select tools. So if you want to add this tool into the favorite category, just add the star and just select the tools. And you could see by using this tool, you could select, deselect, reorder, rename fields, or change data types. That's the important point. If you want to change the data types of a field, you could use select tools. Also, you could assign description. So let's open the example, and this is the data we are going to use. Inside this data, we have many columns, and by using select tools, you could select relevant columns. So out of all these columns, we are just selecting 3 columns using select tools. That's a simple select. Similarly, if you want to change the data types, you could use select tools. So you could select a new data types using this drop down. So if you look at the actual data, you could see visit is string, but by using select tools, we are changing into int 16. Similarly, you could rename and add description. So we are renaming these columns as well as assigning new description to these columns. Also, you could sort your columns ascending order or descending order. So if you go to options and if you go to select, you have an option to sort your column either ascending or descending. Now, if you want to add prefix to multiple columns, you could add them by using symbol options that we will discuss later. So you could add description as well as rename, also add prefix and suffix to column names. So let me close this and let's add a select tools. Now you could see we have 13 columns are there. And if you don't want to process all these columns, you could deselect unwanted columns. Now if I execute, I could see at the input side there are 13 fields, but at the output there is only 9 fields. And if I want to include any other columns, I could simply select it. Also, I could change the data types. Say for example, instead of double, if I want to use int 16, I could use it. Also, I could rename. Also, I could assign description. Now, if I execute, I could see the updated name. Also, if I go to metadata, I could see the data type is changed. Also, description I could see. Now, another important point is if you select the select tools inside configuration, you could see unknown. What is the use of unknown? Right now we have 13 fields in the input dataset. But over the time, someone might add additional columns to the input dataset. And do you want to process the additional columns? So by using select tools, you could prevent them to flow through your data flow. And if you want to allow additional columns, you could simply select unknowns. So in future, if someone add another 5 more columns to the input data set, that will flow through our workflow. And if you don't want to allow them to flow through the workflow, you could simply deselect it. Now using select tools, if you want to search for a specific column, you could use the search option. Also, you could select a column and reorder it, move up or down. Now, if you go to option, you could see we have an option to sort our column based on column names, either ascending order or descending order. So let's sort it ascending order. So before sorting, we have row number, player name, age is there. Let's sort it. And you could see it's sorted. Similarly, if you go to options, you could see we have an option to clear all renames or revert to original type and size. So if you want to update, revert to original data types, you could use that option. Similarly, if you want to clear the renames, you could use this option. Now you could add prefix and suffix to column names. So let me select some columns. And let's add prefix. And I just want to apply prefix to only selected columns or highlighted columns. Let's select it. And you could see player DOB, player height, player overall rating, player weight. Now let's run it. Let's go back to data. And you could see column names, new column names are there. Now another very important option is you could save these field configurations. So right now we just renamed some columns, we added some description, and we changed the data types of some of the columns. And you could save this configuration as YHFT, a file type that Alteryx support. So you could save this file configuration as YHFT. And that is also very popular exam questions. You should remember it. So let's save it as FIFA.yhft. Now if I drag a new select tools, I could use the name as well as data types which we specified in this one. So let's go to our data types. Let's go to our configuration and select option. And this time we have two options. Either you could simply load the column names without changing the data types or change the data types as well. Let's start with the column names only. Select. And you could see it's not loaded properly. So first we need to sort our data according to our column names. Now let's load again. And you could see it's renamed properly. But our data type is still not updated because we selected column names only. But let's select column names as well as type. Select the same file, but this time the data types also changed. That means if you want to use the field name only, you could use field name only. And if you want to change field name as well as data types, you could use that option. And it does not select the columns which we selected here. So here we selected around 12 columns, but here we need to manually select it. It only going to specify new column names and data types. Also, the order should be same. Otherwise, it's not going to work properly. That also you should remember. So that's all for this video. By using select tools, you could select relevant columns as well as you could change the data types, specify new name, add description. Also, you could sort your column names either ascending order or descending order. Then you could reorder your columns, add prefix and suffix, and also you could revert all the changes. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In this module, we are trying to understand how to use input data tool with multiple files. You could expect few questions about input data tools and how you could use input data tool to load multiple files. Similarly, we will discuss one of the very popular tool inside Alteryx called formula tool that will help you to derive new column. Also, we will cover how to use sort tool, which is very simple tool that help you to sort your data. And there is one option called dictionary order, how you should use it and what difference you could expect if you enable dictionary order and if you disable dictionary order while sorting your data. And finally, we will explain the use of browse tool and some of the configuration it supports. Our main focus will be to solve exam related questions. So we will go through all the details that you could expect in your exam. So let's get started. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn how we could use input data tools, Alteryx input data tool, to load data from multiple files. By using Alteryx input data tools, you could load data from CSV file or Excel file or some other files, or even you could load data from database. But you could use single Alteryx input data tool to load data from multiple files. Say for example, assume you have three files. You have three files. All these files have similar kind of structure. That means all of them are CSV files and they have similar schema. All these files contain same number of columns and all the columns have same data types. In such situation, you could use single input data tool to load data from multiple files. So in this case, we have three CSV files and we want to load all this data using single input data tool. In such situation, we should use pattern, file name as pattern. Instead of specifying exact file name, you should use pattern. And we could use star to specify multiple character, file name as multiple character, or question mark as single character. So in this situation, you could use any of this character, say star. That means abc1.csv, abc_1.csv, or abc_2.csv. Star means any character. Or you could even more specific, like file names are starting with something, but all these file names are ending with .csv. Or you could use file names are starting with abc and ending with some character. Similarly, you could specify file names are starting with abc underscore and ending with some character. Or you could even more specific, like file names are starting with abc and there is some character, but the file names are ending with .csv. All these are valid. Similarly, you could create pattern using star as well as question mark. Star means multiple character. It can be single character or multiple character. Question mark means it's a single character. So all these character or patterns are valid to load data from any of these three files. So by using any of this pattern, we could load data from all these three files. Now let's see some invalid pattern. We can't use file name as underscore star because our file names are not starting with the underscore. It's starting with the ABC. So you have to specify any character or question mark. You can't use a specific character like underscore. Similarly, we can't use star underscore because our file names are not ending with the underscore. So we can't specify exactly which character it is. Now this is almost correct, but there is a problem. ABC underscore 1.csv. But there is only one question mark, which means only one character can be used there. But we need to use underscore then 1. So it's wrong. Similarly, this is also wrong. ABC dot is wrong because we have ABC underscore then one number like 1, 2, 3. So this is also wrong. Similarly, this is also wrong because the file names are not ending with the D. It's ending with the CSV. So we should not use D. We could use V. That's fine. But we can't use D. So these are the few patterns that we could use inside our input data tool to load any of the three files or to load all the three files using a single input data tool. So we will see how we could use input data tool to load data from multiple files. In the upcoming lecture, I will demonstrate it by using 3 CSV files. But the concept is very simple. If you want to load data from multiple files, you need to specify file name as pattern, and all the files that satisfy the pattern can be read using single input data tool. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's load some data. So we have 3 files. All these files have identical data types and column names. Now let me drag the December file, and you could see if the file types that is Alteryx supported, it will create a input data tools. Now if the file is CSV, it will not ask you to select sheet. But if the file is Excel file, we need to select the sheet. Now you could see the file path is configured to load data from the location. It's already configured. Now if I execute, it will load the data. Now if you select the file or input data tools, you could see we have few options. And one of the very important option is you could add file path. Let's execute it. Now you could see it is adding another one more column, and it's the file path. So you could see from which file we loaded this data. Now we want to load data from all the 3 files, and the file names are Sales Feb 2025, Sales Jan 2025. So I'm going to replace this part with a star. So any character can be specified using star. And our execution is completed, and you could see there is only one file because we made one mistake. The remaining files are 2025. So I'm going to change this into question mark. So that means any character, a specific character or single character. Now if you look at the output, you could see we are reading data from all the 3 files. Now I could remove this part. Still it will work. Just select, read it as delimited file. First row contain field names. Okay. So this is how we are able to read data from multiple files using star and question mark. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In our last lecture, we saw how to load data from multiple files, and we used some simple pattern. Now, if you want to make it more perfect, you could use so we used star, and instead of 4, we used question mark. Now, instead of star, you could use 3 question mark because we are expecting 3 character for month name. So in order to make it more perfect, we could either use star as a pattern, or we could use sales underscore, then 3 question mark, underscore 202, then question mark. And finally, our file name is .csv. So this is the most perfect option. In this lecture, we are going to learn another important tool called formula tool. So if you select formula tools, you could see by using these tools, you could derive new column. So whenever we use Alteryx or any other ETL tools, we need to derive new columns or derive new field based on existing columns or based on some static value. So let me drag a formula tools, or before dragging, let's open the example and see what kind of functionality it provides. So by using formula tools, you could create new column without specifying any actual values. That means static value you could insert. Say for example, Alteryx sample data, or you could specify date. So you could specify some static value to all the record. So it will add a new column and it will add this static value for all the record. Similarly, you could apply some condition. Based on the condition, if it is correct, it will add one value, and if the value or if the condition false, it will assign a different value to new column. So you could derive new columns based on some condition, or you could create a new column by modifying existing column. So we are creating city title case by using existing column. It's a new column and it's created using a existing column. Or you could update the existing column. So if you have a column called city and if you want to update the existing column, instead of creating a new column, you could use formula tools. Also, you could use single formula tool to derive multiple columns. So by using a single formula tool, you could derive multiple columns. Also, you could apply complex conditions, and you could apply complex condition at different level. Also, you could derive a column using a derived column. That also we will discuss. So let me close this and let's drag a formula tool. And before updating or before executing, I just want to make some change to our input data tool. So instead of full path, I'm going to use file name only. Now let's go back to our formula tools, and you could see we have an option to update any of the existing column or add a new column. So let's start by adding total. And let's specify a static value 100. And you could specify what kind of data types you are going to use for this total. We could go with the string, or we could even update it. So let's start with the string value, then we will update it later. So now we just derived a new column called total, and it is a static value. It's storing static value, and the data type is string. So if you go to metadata, you could see total, the data type is string. Now let me update it, and I want to use some of the existing column. Let me multiply quantity with the sales. So if you look at the input data, you could see we have quantity and sales as numerical value. So I'm going to use that. And in order to browse the existing columns, you could use this X. So we could use quantity, and to multiply, you could use star symbol or star operator. Now if you execute, you will get error. So it's not because of the empty, it's because the data types of quantity and sales are string, because we loaded this data from a CSV file. So let's execute and see. So we are getting error. Now in order to fix this issue, we could use select tools. and you could drag a select tools in between and it will try to add it. Alteryx will try to add this tool between. Or you could even right click in the connection and select insert in the connection, preparation, and select tool. Now let me change the data types. So let me change the data type of quantity as int 32. Sales also int 32. Now if I execute, it will work. There is no issue. And if you look at the data, you could see we are getting the total. But the data type of our total is still string. Let me change to int 16. And most probably we will get a warning because there is some large value which is not accommodated within the int 16. So let's update that also. So let me change to int 32. Now it looks perfect. There is no issue. So in this lecture we saw how we could add a formula tool and how we could use formula tool to derive a new column. We saw how to derive a static column. Also we saw how to use existing column to derive new column. Now by using formula tools, you could update the existing columns or derive new column from the derived column. So in the upcoming lecture, we will explain all this concept. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we know how to use formula tools and what kind of feature it provides. We used formula tool to derive our total column. But I'm going to use formula tool to derive few more columns. So we don't need to use another formula tool to derive new columns. By using a single formula tools, you could derive multiple columns. So I'm going to click this plus button and you could see we could derive a new columns. Now I'm going to use one of the column called postal code, and based on this post code, I'm going to derive country code as well as postcode. So it's a combination of country code and postcode. So I'm going to split it. So if you look at the formula tools, you could see we have an option to use function, which will list all the recently used function as well as new functions. Now, if you want to use any of the existing columns, you could use this one. As well as it will list new columns and any constants. Now, if you want to use any of the saved expression, you could use browse. So you could see all the recent expression plus saved expression, which we saved in our last module. Also, if you want to save any of the expression, you could use save button and you could specify name. Let me cancel it. So I am going to use postal code and I am going to use postcode, and from the postcode I am going to derive two columns. One is postal code and another one is country code. So I'm going to use function called left, which you could find under string. Now let me use existing column and let's select postcode. Now if I specify 1, I could see U. But if I specify 2, I could see UK. And we need to use 2. But if I specify 3, you could see it's considering 3 character. And if I specify 4, it will consider 1 more character. So we just need 2 character. And I need 1 more column. And this time I'm going to use right to get the right side of our postal code. So let's go to function, select string, and let's select right. Now let's select the existing column, select the same column, and this time I'm going to specify 1. Now it's just considering last digit. Let's choose 2, and if you choose 3, you could see last 3 digit. We need last 6 digit. So if you consider or if you specify 7, it will include minus also. We just need 6 digit. Now if I try to execute it, it will fail because we didn't specify the column names. Let's run it. And you could see we are getting error because we didn't specify the exact column names. So let's select the first column and we could replace any of the existing columns, but I'm going to derive a new column. So let me specify add column and let's specify country code. Similarly, if you want, you could replace postal code, but I'm going to derive a new column called postal. So we just made the configurations. Now if you execute, it will execute without any issues. And you could see there are two new columns. One is country code and another one is postal code. Similarly, if you look at the metadata, you could see we assigned string as a data types. So corresponding data types you could see there. So this is how you could use string function to derive new columns. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we know how to use left function and right function. And by using left function and right function, we could extract number of characters from either left side or from right side. But there are some situations you need to extract words. Say for example, if you look at the data, you could see we have region, and inside region you could see we have region and there are some additional words are there. And I want to extract very first word from this region. And to extract words, we could use getWord function. We can't use left or right. So let me add another column. And let's use the function string. I'm going to use string function. And if you select getWord, you could see it's 0 based index. That means if you want to extract very first word, you should use 0. And it's very popular exam topic and most confusing. So if you want to get the very first word from your data, you should use 0 based index. So let me select the function and let's select the column. And there are two columns, one is region and another one is region code. I am going to use region. Now if I enter 1, I will get null because for the very first word we don't have any second word. For very first record it's just Europe and we don't have any second word. That's why we are getting null. So let me specify 0. Now let's specify one column names as region new. Now if I execute, it will work. There won't be any issue. And you could see a new column called region new. And as we selected 1, we are getting null. So let's select 0 and let's execute again. And it looked fine. But what will happen if you select a wrong data types? That means if you select an integer data type for a string value, it will result in error. You could see it's resulted in error. So you should select a string data types. But for an integer value, if you select a string data types, it will work. So you should select a proper integer data types. So you should select a string data type if the data is string. But if it is an integer, you could select integer or string. And if you select a small integer, there will be some warning if the data is too big. Now, if you don't want to create a new column and if you want to replace existing column, you could specify column names or you could select the column. So let me specify a column called region and let's execute it. By just specifying the exact column names, that means region, we are overwriting or we are replacing the existing column. It's not creating a new column. So far we created 3 columns, but with this one we are replacing existing column. Also, if you click, you could see These are the 3 columns which we created, and region new is not there because we just renamed to region. So if you want to rename any existing column, you could specify add column and specify the same column names, or you could select the column. So this is how you could use get word, and by using get word you could extract words from your data. And get word will use 0 based index. That means to get the very first word you should use 0. That's the very important part. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we know how to use formula tools, and we saw how we could use formula tool to derive new column. And there are few more techniques you need to learn. So by using formula tools, you could derive a new column based on a derived column. That means you could use any of the listed column to derive a new column. So I am going to derive a new column called new total based on our existing total. So let's click on new, select add column, and let's specify new total. Now if you enter T, you could see total. That is the derived column. That is the derived column. Or you could go to list column, new field, and you could select total. And to make it simple, I'm just adding some 100 rupees with the total. So let's add 100 and let's execute it. And we selected string as, and we selected data type as string, but if you want you could change the data types to int or something like. Now if you point to this side, you could see a dotted line, 4 dotted line, which means you could drag this, you could drag it anywhere. And if you are deriving a column based on another columns, make sure you drag it below that. So first you derive base column, then you derive the other columns. So first we need to derive total, then based on total we are deriving another column. And if you execute, you could see the order. Now we are getting total, new total, and other columns. Now if you want to delete any of the derived column, you could use this one, or you could disable the expression temporarily. So if you don't want to delete it, but if you don't want to calculate it, you could disable it. So let me execute it. Now you could see we are getting the entire region, but if you enable, the region will be updated. So if you want to disable it, you could use disable button. Now I'm going to disable the region, and I'm going to derive 3 new column based on region. So let's add new column and let it T region. And another one is U region. And the final one is L region. Now what kind of formula I'm going to apply? I'm going to apply title case, uppercase, and lowercase, because you could expect questions based on this kind of functions. So let's see how these 3 functions are working. So by using title case, you could convert first character of each word into uppercase, and the remaining words or character will be converted into lowercase. So let's see how this will work. So let me select the function, select string, and you could see title case. Now let's select the column as region. Now you could see it's Europe. Now let me select again, and this time I'm going to select uppercase, which you could find under suggested, or you could go to string and you could see uppercase. Let's select region, and for lowercase we could use lowercase. That also you could find under suggestion, or you could go to string and you could find the same column, same function. Now let me execute it. Now if you look at the values, first let me deselect some column. Now if you look at the values, you could see we have region, and in the case of title case, first character of each word is in uppercase, and in the case of uppercase, all the character is in uppercase, and in the lowercase, every character is converted into lowercase. So in short, by using these three functions, you could convert your data into uppercase or into lowercase or into title case. And you could expect questions based on this kind of string functions. That's why I am repeating again and again. So I hope you understand this concept. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. So far we discussed many techniques and tips using formula tools. Now we used multiplication to multiply our data. So if you look at the data, you could see we are multiplying quantity and sales. And to perform addition, we could use addition or plus operator. And to perform subtraction, we could use minus operator. Similarly, to perform division, we could use division operator. And we have operator to perform mod operation. Now there is another important thing you should remember about plus operator. If the data which you are going to process is numerical, it will use addition. But if the data is string, it will perform concatenation. So let me delete all this unwanted performance or operation, and let me add a new column. And if you look at the data, we have customer first name and last name, and I am going to concatenate these two and to create a new column called full name. So it's a very common operation to concatenate two string value and generate a new value. So let me call it as full name, and let's browse the columns. And you could see first value is showing plus operator, last name. Now there is no space. To add a space, you could use another one more plus operator, and in between you could use space. So now we are concatenating three strings: customer first name, then a space, and customer last name. Even you could use single quote. So both will work. Either you could use single quote or double quote. Also, I want to highlight to add comment. To add comment to your expression, you could use double slash. That will comment the entire expression. It's for single line expression. But if you have a very complex expression, you could use slash star, then star slash, and everything between will be commented. It is not going to execute all the statement that you are going to write between this operator. Multi-line comment operator will be considered as a comment, and if you want to comment a single line, you could use double slash. So you should remember that also. Now let's go to conditional column derivation, or how you could create conditional columns. So if you open the example, and if you select this one, you could see we have an option to create a column based on condition. You could specify if, then, else, and end if. So let me create a new column, and let's call it as high sales value or sales type. And if you look at the function, you could see we have conditional functions, and we have either simple condition is there, if, then, else, or you could go with if then else if similar kind of. And another one important is IIF function. Then we could use switch also. So let me go with one of the very basic, and you could specify the condition. So let's specify one condition based on our new total value. Then if the condition match, I want to display high sales, and if the condition does not match, I want to display low sales. Now we need to specify the condition. It's just a value, so let me specify some 50,000 and let's execute it. Now you could see if the sales value new total is above 50,000, it's high sales, otherwise low sales. Now there is one more thing you need to remember. Right now we selected integer, but if the data type is string, it will list in error because the data types of our new total is string, so you can't perform this operation. You can't perform this operation, so make sure your data type is integer. Now we just applied if condition. The same can be applied using IIF function also. So sometimes you could expect questions based on IIF function. So let's go through that also. Let's select, and it's very simple. It's very similar also. So you don't need to specify then, else and end if. It's simple. You could use the same expression. Now what value you are expecting for the true condition, that you need to specify for x, and what value are you expecting for false condition, that you should specify for y. Let's execute again. And we made some mistake. Let's select a column sales type 2. And for sales type 1 and sales type 2, we will get the same result because we are applying same functions or same logic using two different techniques. So in the case of if then else, you are specifying if condition, then what value, and if the condition false, what value, using else end if. But in the case of IIF function, it's very simple. First you need to specify one boolean condition, and if the condition true, what value are you going to process, and if the condition false, what value are you going to save or use, that you need to specify using IIF function. Now if we summarize what we learned from formula tools, you could see by using formula tools you could derive new column, and you could derive based on existing column, or you could specify static value. Also you could specify what kind of data you are going to get it. Also, are you going to replace existing value or not? Then you could derive new column based on condition or based on existing column. Also, you could save the expression and list all the columns and browse the saved expression. All these options are still there. Now, what kind of questions we should expect? Most of the time, we should expect data types related questions. Similarly, what kind of value you will get if you apply this kind of functions. And sometimes the question will ask you to guess how many column you will get if the function is going to replace one of the existing column, or if the function is going to create a new column. So if it is going to replace, same number of column you could expect, and if you are deriving a new column, the number of column will increase. Now you could even disable also using this disable enable option. Also you could delete the expression and you could reorder the expressions. So these are the few important configuration you should remember. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn another very useful tool called sort tool. and it's a very popular exam topic. You could expect at least 2 questions based on sort tool, and it's very simple tool also. You should not miss this mark. So if you select sort tool, you could find the sort tool under preparation category, and if you select sort tool, you could see by using sort tool you could sort your data. That's very simple. Let's open that sample, and you could see we have some data and we are sorting our data, and we could either sort our data either by using a single column or by using multiple column. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have customer ID, first name, last name, gender, and I'm going to sort our data based on customer ID ascending order. You could select ascending order or descending order. Let me execute it, and you could see our data is sorted in the customer or ID basis. Now if you look at the data metadata, you could see customer ID is a integer type, and our data is sorted based on ascending order. That means smallest value will list first, then the largest value. So our smallest value is 1, then the largest value is 456, which is the last value. Now if you look at the data, or if you look at this sorting, you could see we are sorting our data based on last name and first name, and we selected 2 columns. So you could sort your data based on a single column or multiple column. Now if you look at the output, you could see we are sorting our data based on last name then first name. So you could see first we are getting null, then the B. We are sorting in ascending order, so smallest value or the data that is starting with A, B will come first, then the data that is starting with Z, similar kind of value will come. Now you could see we have 2 value with identical. So we have 2 value which is identical. In such situation we will consider the first name, and the first name which is the ascending order, so the smallest value come first, then the largest value. So this is the sorting. Now this is the important part, score. We are going to sort our data based on score, and if you look at the data types, you could see score is a string data types, and we are sorting our data based on score, and we didn't selected use dictionary order. So in that case what will happen, everything starting with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 will come, or we will sort our data without dictionary order. But if you select dictionary order for the same data, you could see now we are getting 1, 2, 4 before 22. But in the previous case we are sorting our data 1, 2, then 22, then 4. That means anything starting with 1, 10, 100, 1000 will come, then 2, 22, 20, similar kind of value will come, then 3, 30, 33, then 300, similar kind of value will come before 4. So if you sort your data based on dictionary order, your data will be sorted in the way which we use. That means 1, 2, 3 will come before 20 or before 40. So 1, 2, 3, 4 will come before 20 and 40. So you should remember this. So let's go back to our workflow, and let me drag a sort tool. So as we added star, we could find the sort tool inside favorite as well, or we could select the tools, choose insert after preparation, then sort. Let me start by selecting our sort tool, and let's sort our data based on total. Now if you look at the data, you could see we are sorting our data based on total, and the smallest value is coming first. So you could see we are sorting our data based on total. Now if I select descending order, the largest value will come first. You could see the largest value is coming first. Now inside our sort tool we could select multiple columns. So if you want to sort your data based on multiple column, you could use sort tool. Let me select quantity and then sales. And we selected quantity in the descending order. Let me select ascending order itself. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have few values which is 16. So in the case of multiple record with the same value, we will consider the second record. If you select ascending order, smallest value will come first, but if you select descending order, the largest value will come first. So you could see now we selected descending order, so the largest value will come first. Similarly, if you want to remove one column from the sorting, so if you select some column and if you don't want to sort your data based on that one, you could use this minus symbol, and if you want to reorder, you could use this too. And if you want to select multiple column, and you could go select multiple column and you could delete multiple column. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we discussed about sort rule, and it's very popular exam topic, and you could expect very simple questions based on sort rule. Most of the time you could expect questions based on how the sort rule will work if you select dictionary order. So right now we have a column called region, and it's a string data. I selected use dictionary order, and let's see how this will work. So if you select use dictionary order, the data will be sorted in the dictionary order. That means any words that is starting with A, whether it is a uppercase or lowercase, irrespective of whether it is a uppercase or lowercase, will come first. Then the word that is starting with B, whether it is a uppercase or lowercase, doesn't matter, that will list. Then finally it will list words that is starting with Z. So you could see we selected dictionary order, and you could see words that is starting with A. Then words that is starting with capital A. Then word that is starting with capital A, S. Then we are getting words that is starting with E. So this is the final words or words that is starting with E. Now what will happen if you deselect this one? Now you could see words that is starting with capital A. Then capital A, capital E. Then finally we are getting the words that is starting with lowercase. So it's considering ASCII value. Now what will happen if you use this numerical value? Numerical value, but the data type is string. So if you look at the example, so score is a numerical value 1, 2, 3, but the data type is string. Now we didn't selected use dictionary order. So all the words or all the record that is starting with 1, 10, 100 will come first before 2, 3, 4. So you could see we are getting 1, 1, that is fine, 2, and 22 is coming before 4 because we didn't selected use dictionary order. If you select use dictionary order 1, 2, 4, then 22 will come. So let's see what will happen if you select use dictionary order. Now you could see 1, 2, 4, 22. So this is our normal scenario 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you select use dictionary order, the data will be sorted the way which we use. And if you didn't select use dictionary order, all the words that is starting with 1, then all the words that is starting with 2, that means 2, 22, 222, similar words, similar kind of words will come. So you should remember this, and you could expect questions based on this kind of concept. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. So far we discussed many concepts regarding formula tools and other tools, some of the important tools. So let's create a new workflow. And you could use this plus button, or you could go to file, select new workflow, or even you could use shortcut. Now once you create a workflow, you have a few more options, like once you right click, you could duplicate your workflow, and you could close all this workflow, similar kind of option you will get. Now let's go back to our test input tool. And if you select, you could see by using test input tool, you could add data manually. So let me drag it and let me add some data. So I just enter few number, and if I execute, you could see we are able to see all the data which we entered. Now if you select metadata, you could see we are able to see name, type, size, source and description, and the current data type is int. But if I enter a inside this data, now if I execute, the data type is string, because within the data we have some string value, so entire data is considered as a string. So let me update it to 8. Now I'm going to add few more data. Let me run again. Now we have two rows, and both rows are integer data. But what will happen if you enter dollar symbol? So sometime we will get data with the dollar symbol. So if you enter dollar symbol, you could see you are getting string. The current data type is string. Now you could add more data, say like. Similarly, you could add more data, and the data type is string. And the new data type is int. As we expected, we don't have any string value, so we should expect integer data. Now in order to use some formulas, you could use formula tools, and if you want to change the data types, you could use select tools. So let me add a select tool, and you could see we have an option to change the field name as well as data type. So let me change this into int and see what will happen. So if you look at the data, you could see we have some data with the dollar value, and the data type is string, but I just changed to int. Now if I execute, you could see there is a warning, $5 is not a number, $5 is not a number. Now if I look at the data, you could see those two record or those two data are null, and the remaining data look fine. Now if you want to rename any of the columns, you could use select tools. So by using select tools, we could rename any of the field. So you could see we are able to rename the field. But if you are using test input tool, you could use configuration window to change the column names. So you could specify column names using the configuration window of test input tool. Let me execute, and you could see we have some field 1, field 2 are missing because we configured these two field. Earlier it was field 1, field 2, field 3, and we configured the data types and we renamed. Now if you want to delete these missing columns from your select tools, you could go to option and forget all missing column. So you could see by using that option, you could delete the old field names. Now let me add a formula tools and see some formulas. So all this data are integer now. All this data are integer except the center one. So we could convert into int. So all this data are int now. Now let me add a new column. Let's call it as sum. And you could browse the column using X, select A, and to add you could use plus symbol, and you could enter B. Even though our column name is capital B, we could still enter small lower letter b. Now if I execute, I could see a sum which is a combination of or sum of a plus b, and for first two record it's null. Now if I change the data types, say if I change one of the data types to string, you will get error because we are trying to add a integer value with the string value, and the error look like this: parse error type mismatch operator plus. So we are trying to add a integer value with the string value. Similarly, if I try to select this one as a string, still we will get error because both should be either string or either int. And if you are trying to add string value, it will be considered as a concatenation operation. And if you are adding two number, and if it is a numerical data, arithmetical operation or plus operation will be performed. So both data should be in the same format. So let me select int. Now let me add few more operation. Let's add a, and we could perform a minus b. And you could see we are getting a minus b. Similarly, we could perform multiplication. We should select a column names like mul. Now, if you try to multiply using x, you will not be able to multiply because multiplication operation can be performed using star operator or star symbol. You can't use x to multiply. Now, in order to perform division, you could use forward slash. But in order to calculate mode, we should not use, or we could not use this operator. I think in our previous lecture I said we could use mode operator to perform the mode operation, but it's not working. We should not use mode operator. Instead, we should use one function. So we will not be able to use this mode operator. We should use mode function. So this will work. But if you try to multiply or if you try to use mul function, there is no multiplication function. Similarly, for subtraction, we don't have any sub function or difference function, or even we don't have any add function. So you should use only those function which is available inside this. So we have a mode function. You could see we have a mode function. Power, round, rand, tan, sine, similar kind of mathematical functions are there, but we don't have any function to perform arithmetical operation like multiplication, addition, subtraction, division. So you should remember that also. Now let me drag input data tools. And by using input data tools, we will be able to bring data from files and database. So I'm going to use the same connection, and let's use jar. Also, let's select output as file name only, and let's execute it. So everything look fine. Let me add a formula tool. Now let me select a column called full name. And if you look at the data, you could see we have a customer first name and last name. I'm going to use customer first name, but I am going to use function called uppercase, which you could find under string. So let me use this function. Now if I execute, you could see one more new column, full name, but it's just our first name only. I am going to use last name also. So let me use the new column full name. Now let's use the new field, and this time I'm going to use lowercase, and last name. Now if I execute, it will be concatenated all together. So let me add a space between these. Now if I execute, I could see a new column. Full name, but it's a combination of first name and last name. Now if I want to add one more changes, either I could use the same column and let me list that column. Data analyst. So you could see, I could see a new column called full name, then data analyst all together. Now if I want to keep both are separate, I could specify add column full name 2, then I should use full name 2 here also. So by using formula tools, you could derive new column based on a derived column also, and you could go through different level. So you could use the previous derived column in the upcoming columns also. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In this module, we are trying to understand different types of data or types of data types that Alteryx support. Also, we will go through different configurations supported by input data tool. Then we will discuss how to use sample tools. By using this tool, you could select a sample set of data. So if you want to perform some machine learning or if you want to extract some sample set of data, you could use this tool. Also, we will discuss another very useful tool called unique tool. By using this, you could extract distinct value and you could remove duplicate value, or you could filter out duplicate value based on the column you select. And finally, we will discuss different types of file supported in Alteryx. There are many file type Alteryx support. We will go through some of the important topic that is relevant for our exam. So let's get started. Hello, welcome back. Let's start from data types. So what is meant by data types? Data type means what kind of data are you going to store inside your data. And our data can be either string or date or a numerical data types or boolean, and many other formats are there. Let's start with string data. Alteryx support 4 types of string data. We have string that we could use to store normal string values. Then wide string is there, which accept Unicode character. Similarly, we have variable length, normal string is there, and variable length, wide string is there. So if you want to store normal data, you could go with a string or variable string. But if you want to store Unicode character, you could go with the wide string or VW string. And if you want to store fixed length, you could use string or W string. But if you want to store variable length, you could go with the variable length string, variable length wide string. Now let's go to integer value. Alteryx support many integer types. We have byte, int 16, int 32, int 64, then fixed decimal, float, and double. And you could see what range it support. Normally we will expect questions from string data types. Similarly, we could expect questions from date and date time. So this is the format Alteryx date data types. It's YY-MM-DD. For date, this is the data types, and it's very important. So this is the format for date data types inside Alteryx. Similarly, for time, it is HH, MM, SS. So if you want to store 8 hour, you have to use 08. You can't use simply 8, and instead of 08, if you try to use 8, you will get error, or it will be considered as a string format. Then we have date time, which is combination of date and time. So it's very important. Now I just created a simple workflow with some sample data set. We have a date column which follow our standard format, year or YY MMDD. Now if I try to enter value, so let's execute and see the data types. So you could see if you select a cell viewer, you could see the data types. Similarly, if you go to metadata, you could see the data types. Now if I change to 13, it will be considered as a string. Instead of date, it is considered as a string. So you have to be very careful about this format. Now it is date. Similarly, you could change this to 9 and it will be considered as a string. So you have to be very careful about this also. Now if you want to use date time, you could combine these two and it will work. So you could see we have a date time. Now you could use string and we have two options. We could use fixed length string or variable length string also. Similarly, if you want to store true or false, you could use bool data types. And bool data types allow us to store only two values, either true or false. Then W string is there. If you want to store any Latin character, you could use W string. Then we have a byte, which is numerical data types. And normally if you enter numerical value inside test input tools, it will be considered as integer, but you could use this select tools to convert it to byte. You could see it's byte. Similarly, you could use integer data and other format also you could use. Now in order to check the data types and other metadata, you could use metadata inside result window. So you could see it's showing column names, type, size, source, description. Similarly, if you go to data tab, similarly you could go to data tabs, you could select a cell and click on cell viewer and it will show the field as well as data types. So you could select any of the field and it will show the data types also. Now if you select the column, you could see the metadata. You could see the metadata from your cell viewer itself. It will show the field as well as name of the field, type, size, source and description. So you don't need to go to metadata to check the metadata. By using cell viewer also you could check the metadata. Now if you look at the data and if you select the cell viewer and you could choose white space, toggle white space, and it will show the white space. So there is a white space. Similarly, there is a white space between these two words, and you could see there is a white space at the beginning and there is two white space at the end. So if you want to show the white space, you could use this option. So you could enable it and disable it. Similarly, you could select limited number of cells or all the cells using this option. And there are few more options are there. We already discussed this, so that's why I'm not going through that. So before winding up, you should remember the format of date, time, date time, and the range Alteryx support for in numerical data that you should remember. And if you want to store just true or false, you could use bool data types. And by using cell viewer, you could see the metadata as well as information or data types of your data. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In this module, we are going to understand few more important configuration of input data tools. So in this module, we are going to use two Excel file. One is new movie Excel file and another one is old movie Excel file. And if you look at the data, you could see we have identical data. We have ID, movie title, director, gender, similar kind of data available in both data set. So both file have same schema. Now I want to load this data from Excel into Alteryx using input data tools. And I don't want to use two input data tools. I just want to configure a simple input data tools. Now if you look at the file names, we have new movies and another one is old movies. So by using a simple pattern, we will be able to load this data into Alteryx. We already discussed the pattern, but the challenge is our data is located inside my module 3 and the old movie is located inside subfolder. So let's start by dragging our Excel file. And as we already opened this file inside Excel, we will get an error. Let me close and try again. Now we don't have any multiple sheet. We have just one sheet. So let's select that one and OK. Now instead of new movie, we could specify star, or even we could specify 3 question mark, both will work. Now I just want to specify one important option called output file name full path. Let's load it. Now if you look at the output, you could see we are able to read data from only one Excel file because our old movie is located inside subdirectory, and in order to load data from subdirectory we need to enable it, this search subdirectory. Once you enable this option, Alteryx will try to find out all the files within the subdirectory which match this pattern. So if you specify one pattern, Alteryx will try to find out all the files within the specified directory as well as within the subdirectory of this location. Now if I execute, I will get an error because our second file is already open in our Excel. So let me close it and try again. Now you could see we are able to read data from both Excel files. So we just managed to read data from subdirectory as well as with the same pattern. So in order to load data from subdirectory, we just need to enable search subdirectory. Now in next lecture, we will discuss about select sample tool. By using sample tool, you could pick sample set of data. So in next lecture, we will discuss about this. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn how to use sample data tools. So we use sample tool to restrict our data or to fetch a sample set of data from our data set. So if you are working in a development environment and if you have a very large amount of data, usually you will pick a sample set of data and you will develop your application. Similarly, if you are working in machine learning project, you need to use sample set of data for testing and training purpose. So inside sample data tool, we have an option to limit our data based on rows. You could specify how many rows you want, or you could specify percentage. I need 10% of records or 20% of record. Or you could specify randomly pick some data and you could process them. So let's open the example and see the options. So you could see we have a option to restrict our data by using first n rows. You could select first n rows, or you could skip first n rows. Say I don't need first 5 rows, I need remaining rows. Similarly, you could select last n rows. You could specify n in this text box. Say I need last 10 records. Similarly, you could specify every 10 rows I need 1 rows, or every 2 rows I need 1 rows. Similar kind of pattern you could specify, or randomly pick 1 records out of 10 records or n records. Similarly, first 10% of records. So we have wide variety of options there. Similarly, you could group some data based on customer ID or similar kind of columns. So let's see how we could use sample tools. So assume you have 20 rows. We have 20 rows and you want to select first 5 rows. You could use sample tools. You could select first n rows and you could specify the n value inside here. I need first 5 rows. Let's execute it. And in the output, you could see we are getting first 5 rows. Similarly, if you need last 5 rows, you could add a sample tools, configure sample tools, select last n rows, and we need 5. So it will give last 5 rows. Similarly, you could use skip first 15 rows to get the last 5 rows. So you could use sample tools, configure it to skip first 15 rows, and it will give last 5 rows. So we have wide variety of options are there, and most of the time you could use sample tools to pick some percentage of records. Say you need to pick 50% of record. How you will use sample tools? You could use sample tools, first 50%, and it will give 10 rows, because out of 20, 50 means 10 rows. You could see we are getting 10 rows. Or you could use 1 in n to get the percentage also. So let's see how we could use 1 in n to get the 10 rows. So we could use 1 in 2 out of 20. So this will give 50% of records. So how this is working? Out of 2 record, 1 row means 50% will go to sample tools. Similarly, if you need 25%, you could specify this n value as 4. In that case, it will give 25% of record. That means you will get 5 rows. You could see we are getting 5 rows in the output. 5 records are there. Similarly, if you need 10%, you could go with 1 in 10. That means it will give 10%. So you will get 2 rows. And if you need 5%, you could go with 20. And you will get only 1 rows. So this is how we could use 1 in n to get the percentage. Similarly, we could go with first n% of rows. We don't have any other option to pick the random. But we have a option to select random records. Say out of 5 rows, I need 1 row. So if you select this one, maybe you will get 1 rows in every 5 rows. But sometime you won't get that. So it will pick 1 rows every 5 rows randomly, but not always you will get the same result, but this record will be random. So you could see we are getting only 1 rows, but if you try to execute again, this time we are getting 5 rows. Now if you try to execute again, we are getting 5 rows. So let me drag it here and try to again. This time it is 3 rows. So it's randomly picking the records. So if you want to generate some random dataset, you could go with these options. Also, we have an option to select group by. So if you look at the input dataset, you could see we have different categories. And if you want to pick 2 rows from each category, you could use sample tools. Let me configure first 2 rows and group by gender. So for each category, see action, we have 2 rows. For drama, we have 2 rows. For crime, we have 2 rows. And thriller, sci-fi, and adventure. And for thriller and other categories, we have 2 rows. Similarly, you could specify 3, and if there are 3 rows available, it will pick. So you could see for action we have 3 rows, but for drama we have 2 rows, and for crime and thriller we have 3 rows, but for adventure and animation we have only 1 row. So we could use group by to get more sample data set. To get a more sample data set, you could use group by option also. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn another important tool called unique tool, which you could find under preparation category. So you could find this tool under preparation category, and by using these tools you could separate your data into unique and into duplicate. That means if you have some data and if there is a duplicate data within your data, you could separate them. So let's open the example, and you could see we have some sample data. We have customer ID, first name, last name, address, and I want to filter those record which is unique customer name I need to extract. So if you use unique tools, you will get 2 output. One is unique output and one is duplicate output. That means all the unique record will go to unique bucket and all the duplicate record will go to duplicate bucket. Now inside unique tools you have a very simple configuration. You need to select on basis of which column you want to find out uniqueness. You could either select single column or you could select multiple column. If you select multiple columns, the combination, the selected column combination will be considered for uniqueness. So let's execute it and I will try to explain it. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have some customer Kim Smith. Now if you look at the input data, you could see there are 2 records with the same customer name. That means for customer ID 39 and for 91 we have same customer name. And as we selected customer first name and last name in our unique record, one of them will go to uniqueness and all the remaining will go to duplicate. And we have 1 record which is in duplicate. But if you look at the customer ID, you could clearly identify both are different customer. And if you look at the address also, you could identify both are different customer. Now if you want to consider both customer as unique, you could choose address also. Now in this case, if you select duplicate, you could see we are not considering Kim as a duplicate record because both have different address. So we are considering both record are distinct. So let's add a unique tool and see how we could configure it. So the configuration is very simple. You just need to select a column based on which you want to find out uniqueness. Now if you look at the movie title, we have some duplicate value. So we have some duplicate value and I am going to apply uniqueness on movie title. Now if you look at the unique record, you could see we have unique value and inside duplicate we have some duplicate value. Now if you look at the director of matrix, you could see both are different record. Now if you look at the input data, you could see for matrix we have different director name, and if you want to consider both record are unique, you could choose one more column, director, inside your uniqueness. Now if you look at the data, you could see both metrics are considered as a distinct value and the remaining 2 records are still duplicate because we have movie title as well as director are same. Now which record will be considered for uniqueness and duplicate? If you input 10 record, the first occurrence will go to uniqueness and all the remaining duplicate record will go to duplicate. So if you want to select a specific value, you have to use sort tool to sort your data according to. That we will explain in the next lecture. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn another important concept regarding unique tool. If you are using unique tool, you could understand the output of unique tool is always depends upon the order of input. If you change the input data order, the output also will change. So if you look at the data, you could see we are getting ID 10 at the unique and ID 13 at the duplicate, because we provided ID 10 first. So you could see we are providing ID 10, then we are providing ID 13. But if you change this order, the output of unique tool also will change. The first distinct item will go to unique bucket and all other will go to duplicate. So let's add a sort tool and let's change the configuration. This time I'm going to sort our data based on ID descending order. Now let's try to execute it. Now if you check the order, you could see we are providing ID 13, then we are providing ID 10. Now if you look at the unique, you could see ID 13 came to unique and the ID 10 went to duplicate. So you have to remember this. So the output of unique tool is always depends upon the order by which we provided our dataset. If the input dataset order change, the output also will change. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's focus our attention to Alteryx file type. Any tool, if you consider any ETL tool, they all use some kind of file type to store and process their data. And inside Alteryx, you could find some specific file type or file extension that Alteryx can recognize and use. So let's start with the workflow related file types. We have yxmd and we saw yxmd. If you save some workflow, it will be saved as .yxmd and it's a workflow related file. Then if you want to save multiple workflow in a group, you could use yxwg, a workflow group. Then we have macros. Inside Alteryx, you could create macros and the file extension will be yxmc. And we have yxwz, analytical app. You could create analytical app using Alteryx and you could save this file as yxwz. And we have a dedicated course to explain how you could create and manage analytical app inside Alteryx. And it's a very advanced topic. So if you want, you could check out those details. Then we have a yxzp, that is packaged workflow. Also yhi. So these are very important file types and you could definitely expect few questions. So Alteryx workflow related file extensions are very important topic and you should remember all these names or all these file types. Now if you look at the Alteryx database, we have few options, but this is the most important, yxdb, Alteryx database. Now if you look at the details, you could see Alteryx database yxdb is a file type that can hold data field, values and spatial object. And it's a most efficient file type for reading and writing data within Alteryx. And it has no size limit and it's compressed for maximum speed. So you could expect questions based on this file type itself. And there are some special file types also there, especially yxft. We will discuss yxft in another videos. So the concept is, if you have a select tools and if you configure select tools, you could export the field configuration. You could export the field configuration using yxft file types that we will explain later. So let's summarize. Inside Alteryx, you have many file types and these are the important type. We have yxmd, workflow related file. Then workflow group is there, yxwg. Then macro, yxmc. And analytical app, yxwz. Packaged workflow is there and packaged tool is there. And this is very important, yxi. Now if you open multiple workflow inside Alteryx and if you go to file, create workflow group and you could specify workflow group. The file extension is yxwg. Let's use this. Now let's close all this and let's open workflow group and let's select it and you could see the workflow group is opening all the workflow which we added. So that's all for this video. Thanks for it. Hello, welcome back. Now let's see what we are going to learn from this module. So we are going to learn input data tools, and we discussed about input data tools and many of the configuration, but there are few more configuration you need to learn before you go to attend this exam, especially delimiter related options. Then we will discuss data cleansing tool and select record tools. So just like sample tools, you could use select record tools. So you could expect 1 or 2 questions about select record tool also. And data cleansing tool is very popular exam topic. You could expect many questions based on data cleansing tool. So we will try to cover all this concept in a simple and easy manner. So let's get started. Hello, welcome back. In this lecture, we are trying to understand how we could use different types of delimiter inside input data tool. So we have multiple CSV file, and each file have different types of delimiter. First, we are going to use comma as a delimiter. So you could see we have few files. We have file with the comma as a delimiter. So this file is a CSV and the delimiter is comma. Then the second file is we are using tab. So this is a tab delimited file. Similarly, we have one more file where we have delimiter is space. So in this file, we are going to use delimiter as a space. Then we have another file where delimiter is pipe symbol. Then we have another one more file where we have multiple delimiter inside our file. So let's see how we could load all of them. So let's start with the comma. Let me drag it. And once you drag a CSV file, by default, Alteryx will assign delimiter as comma. And if the file is a comma separated value, this is the delimiter you need to use. Simple comma without any other character. Now you could execute and you could see the corresponding value. Now let me drop a pipe delimited file. Now once you drag a CSV file, Alteryx will assign comma as a delimiter. But for pipe, you should use pipe delimiter. But if you try to add any extra character, it will not work. So you should use pipe symbol. Now let me drag tab delimited file. And in the case of tab delimited, we can't use T and we don't have any tab. So you should try /T. So we can't use T. We should try /T. Now let me drag space delimited CSV file, and it's very popular interview questions. So you should remember how to use delimiter is space. We could specify space or we could specify /s. But we can't specify /space. So we should try either space or /s. Now let me drop a file with multiple delimiter. Now by default, Alteryx will assign comma, but if you try with any other, still it will not work properly. So you will get error, too many fields. So normally if the file contains multiple delimiter, we should load the data without any delimiter. And to load a file without specifying any delimiter, you could use /0. It will load a single column, but later we could use test to column tool to split the data into different columns. So these are the few important concepts you should remember about delimiter and how you should use them inside input data tool. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now inside our customer C file we have some data quality issues, and I am going to fix them those issues with the data cleansing tool, which you could find under preparation category or even inside favorite. Let me open the example, and you could see by using data cleansing tools we could replace null values. So if you want to replace null values using 0 or blank space, you could use data cleansing tool. So in the case of string value, it will replace with a blank, and in the case of numerical value, it will replace with a 0. Let's go back, and if you look at the data, you could see we have a age column and it's a numerical data. But if you look at the data types, you could see age is considered as a string because we loaded this data from a CSV file. So let me select a proper data types by using select tool, and we could use byte, and let's load it. Now the data type look fine, and I am going to drag a data cleansing tool. Let's deselect all this and let's select age, and let's deselect the remaining. So I'm going to fix this column. Now if you look at the data quality, you could see 80% is okay and 20% is null, because we have 5 record, and out of 5 record 1 record is null. That's why 20% is null. And for null you could see the color code yellow. Let me load. Now the data look fine, and we replaced null with 0. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have a designation which also contain one null value. Similarly, we have one null value inside employee address, and I am going to fix those also. To fix that, you just need to select employee address and designation. Now both this value are string, so we need to replace them with blank. And before replacing, you could see we have 20% is null inside employee address and 20% is blank in the 20% is null inside designation. Now let's execute it, and we just managed to replace, and instead of employee address we selected email address. So let's select and rerun, and it looked fine. But if you look at the data quality, you could see 20% is empty because it's a empty or blank. Similarly for designation also 20% is empty, but we replaced null value with blank. So this is how we could replace null values using data cleansing tool. And if the data is a string, you could replace with blank, and if it is a numerical data, you could replace with 0. Similarly, data cleansing tool offer many other configuration that we will discuss in the upcoming lecture. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In our last lecture, we discussed some of the features provided by data cleansing tool. Now, if you look at the input data, you could see we have some issues. So if you look at the data, you could see we have some leading space as well as trailing space. Leading space means space before the string value, and trailing space means after the string value. If there is any space, that is called trailing space. Now if you look at the result window, you could see there is a red mark indication, which means there is some issue with this data. And if you point to that cell, it will tell you what kind of issue are you going to face. This cell has a leading space and trailing space. Similarly, this cell has a trailing space, this cell has a leading space. So there are some situations you might need to remove this kind of space from your data. And to remove those kind of unwanted character, you could use data cleansing tool. So let me add a new data cleansing tool, and let me deselect all. And if you look at the data, you could see it's employee address. So let me select employee address. It's email address. Let me select email address. Let me deselect this, and I am just selecting leading and trailing white space. It's going to remove unwanted character, that leading and trailing white space. Let me execute it. Now you could see from the email address it's been removed. Now if you look at the employee address, there are some issues, but it's not regarding the leading space or trailing space. It's a embedded tabs that we will remove in the next lecture. But if you look at the employee name, we have one data which contain this kind of issue. Similarly, if there is any data quality issues, it will highlight in red. So you could see not okay 20%. That means some of the cell has leading space or trailing space or embedded tab, similar kind of data quality issues. So let me select employee address also. So it's not employee address, we need to select employee name. Let me run. Now you could see the data quality issue has been removed. All the data look fine. Now if you look at the data, we have still those issues that null value is there because we didn't configure the null value for age designation and other column in this data cleansing tool. So let me select age, replace with null. Similarly, select designation, replace with blank. Similarly, employee address. Now let's execute it. Now you could see our data look much better. We don't have any leading or trailing space inside email address or inside employee name. Similarly, we managed to remove null values from other cells also. Now we have some data quality issues that we will remove in the upcoming lecture. So by using data cleansing tools, you could remove null values. Also you could remove leading and trailing space. Then you could remove tabs, line break and duplicate white space. Also you could remove all white space, letters, number and other options are there that we will discuss in the upcoming lecture. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's check this data. You could see if you check the employee address, you could see we have some warning saying that this data contain. So if you select, you could see this cell has a embedded tabs, and you could remove this tabs, line break and duplicate white space by selecting this option. So let me drag a new data cleansing tool and let's configure it. And this data is available inside employee address. So let me select employee address and let's select this option, remove tabs and line break. Let me deselect other options and let's run again. Now if you look at the output, that warning, embedded tab warning is removed because we replace that values. We replace all the embedded tabs and we removed all the embedded tabs. Similarly, if you look at the employee name, you could see we have multiple spaces are there. So I'm going to select employee name and we already selected tabs, line breaks and duplicate white space. So this data contains multiple white space. So let's try again and click OK. Now if you look at the output, that multiple white space is replaced with a single white space. But if you look at the input, you could see we have multiple white space. So by using data cleansing tools, you could remove multiple space with a single space. So if there are 5 spaces are there, you could replace with 1 space. If there are 2 spaces are there, you could replace with 1 space. And you could add this option, remove unwanted characters. Let's select employee address also. Let me select these 2 options and let's select designation. Now let's try again. Now inside output we are not getting any error. Now let's select age also. So our data will look more neat and clean. So you could see we used replace blank with 0 and blank with and replace null with blank. Then we removed leading and trailing space, tabs, line break and duplicate. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's try to understand these two features. Remove all white space and punctuation. So let's start with the all white space. So if you look at this data, employee address, we have some space are there. Similarly, inside employee name also we have some spaces there. Let me start with the employee name. So let's drag a data cleansing tool and let's connect that out. Let me select employee name and deselect all these options and just select all white space. And if you remember, we have a name with multiple white space and we have some data which contains some space. So let's run again. Now if you look at the data, you could see it's replaced all the space. So if you remember, we have some data with multiple white space and we have some data with one space at the middle. At the middle we have one space and this data contains a leading space, which means one space at the beginning itself. But if you look at the output, there is no space. We replaced all the space and there is no space. We removed all the space. Similarly, if you select employee address, what will happen? All this space will be removed. So you could see there was some tabs, but there was some tabs that also get removed. So if you have a tabs or space, multiple space, everything will be removed from your data if you select all white space. Now let's select this option. I'm going to deselect employee address and let's select punctuation. Now if you look at the data, you could see, if you look at the input side, you could see we have a single quote. Similarly, we have a hash symbol. And let's try to execute. Now if you look at the data, you could see that also get removed. That punctuation also removed or special character is removed. Let me deselect this all white space and let's try again. So now we are getting that space, but we could select duplicate white space. If there is multiple spaces there, removed. So you could see multiple spaces removed, but we have a leading space. Let's select this option. Now our data looks more neat and clean. So depending upon our requirement, we could use any of these options. Now let's go to our employee address and you could see we have embedded tabs, and once you select this option or our cell, that will be removed. Similarly, there are so many unwanted characters are there, so that also will be removed. So now you could see we selected employee address and name and all the special character has been removed. Similarly, we could select employee ID. You could see we have some special character. So let's see what will happen. So you could see all the special character, including hyphen and full colon, bracket, everything is removed. So this is how these two options, this is how the punctuation and all white spaces work. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we are almost end of our data cleansing tools. So we discussed many configurations and we could expect one questions from any of these configurations. We could expect multiple questions from data cleansing tool, and based on this configuration, based on any of this configuration, you could expect one questions. So that's why we are explaining this in details. So we could expect multiple questions from data cleansing tools, and you should understand how this functions, how these features are working. Now if you look at the employee ID, you could see if you look at the input side, we have many unwanted characters And by selecting punctuation, we are removing all this data. Now let's try to understand these two options, letters and numbers. So let me drag a data cleansing tool and let's configure with our select tools. Let me select employee ID. Let me deselect all this and let's select punctuation. So it will remove all this special character from employee ID. And let's go to output. As we expected, we don't have any special character inside employee ID. Now I'm going to select numbers. So if you look at the data, you could see we have employee ID, then numbers. Let me select numbers and it will remove numbers from this column. So finally you will get employee ID. We don't get any numbers. So let's try again. And you could see we don't have any numbers. And we are getting some leading space or trailing space because there was employee ID space number. And we could clean that also using this option. Now we don't have that space also. Now what will happen if you select letters? Let me deselect this option. And you could see it removed all the character. It keep only numbers. So there was employee ID and it removed all the numbers. Even we could deselect this option and let's try again. Now you could see it just removed all the characters, but the special characters are there. So if you want to remove punctuations, you could use these options. It's not going to remove special character, but if you select letters, all the letters will be removed. Similarly, if you execute, you will get a leading space. You could see there is a leading space and you could remove that leading space by using this option, leading and trailing space. Remove leading and trailing white space. Similarly, you could see we have department table which contain IT, HR and IT. So if you select department, from this table also, from this column also, characters, all the letters will be removed. So now we are getting only numerical part. Similarly, if you select numbers and if you deselect letters, all the numbers will be removed and you will get only string values. Now we are getting IT, HR and we are not getting employee IDs. We are just getting employee ID. We are not getting the actual ID. So this is how letters and numbers are working. So if you want to remove number from your data or letters from your data, you could use this option. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back. Now let's see another important configuration supported by data cleansing tool. So assume you have a data set and you want to convert this column into uppercase or into lowercase or into title case. You could use formula tools, but you could use data cleansing tool to achieve the same result. So let's see how we could use it. So let me add a input data tool. Let's connect it. And you could see we are getting a warning because the file is already open. Let's close it and let's refresh. And let's select the sheet. Only one sheet is there. Let's click OK. Now you could see the preview of your data. Let me add data cleansing tool. And let me select none. Let me select designation. And let's deselect these options. And this time I'm going to use modify case. And we have three options. Either we could modify to uppercase, that means all the value will be converted into uppercase. Then lowercase, that means everything will be converted into lowercase. Also we have title case, that will convert the initial character into uppercase. Let's start with the uppercase. Let's execute it. Now if you look at the data, you could see this is our data, but after converting to uppercase, everything is in capital letter. Let's use lowercase. and you could see everything in lowercase. Now if you look at the data, all this data are already in title case, so let me update it, or let me add another data cleansing tool, select none. So in order to demonstrate, we could use this also. And let's select title case. Now you could see our data is converted, the first character is converted into uppercase, and the remaining data are still in the lowercase. Or even we could try with the actual data. Let me try that also. Let's save it, and let's select the first one as title case, and let's delete it. Now if you look at the data, you could see it's in title case, but if you look at the input, it's not in title case. We have few data which is not in title case. So this is how title case is working. By using this, you could convert your data into uppercase or into lowercase or into title case. And sometimes you could expect questions what output you will get if you choose title case or uppercase or lowercase, and make sure which column you selected is very important. If you select designation, then only it will get converted into uppercase. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back. And this is the final video about data cleansing tool. We learned many configurations and we could expect many questions also. That's why we explained this tool in detail. Now we need to learn these two options. Remove null data, remove null rows, remove null columns. And I'm going to use a different dataset for this demo. So this pipeline, we are going to use customer pipe CSV, and we have a files with the pipe delimiter. So this file have a delimiter called pipe, and we are going to use this file. So let me drag this file, or we could even drag a input data tool. Use setup connection. And our file is saved inside module 4. Let's go to file, and let's go to file, and let's drag it. Now if you look at the preview, you could see this data is not configured properly. By default, Alteryx will try to use comma, but we could change it to pipe, and let's refresh. And you could see now we have a proper data. Now if you execute, you could see we have many null values inside our data. We have entire column is null. We have one entire column is null. Similarly, we have entire row. There are two entire row without any values. We could use data cleansing tool to clean this data. Let me select all these cells and use this option. Replace with blanks and replace with zeros. We already used these options, and we know if there is any null value, it's going to replace that with blanks. It's working fine. But I am going to use remove null rows. So what happened? There are two rows which contain entire data as null, and these two rows will be removed. So let's select this option. And if you look at the output, we don't have that two rows. But age is replaced with blank because we selected this option. Let me select remove null columns, and it's going to remove age column also. Now we don't have that age column. So by using remove null data, we have an option to remove a column which contains entire value as null. Or we could remove a row which contains entire value as null. So we could use this option to remove a column which contains entire value as null, or a row which contains entire value as null. So even though we selected replace with blanks or zero, still the data will be removed if you select this option. So you should remember this. That's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. And we are going to learn about select record tools. which is a tool very similar to sample tools. By using these tools, we could select a sample set of data. So similar to sample tools, you could select a sample set of data using select record tools. In select record tools, we have an option to select a range of cells or range of rows. So let's see how this tool is working. And you could find this tool inside preparation category and just select this tool. So by using these tools, you could select a range of tools or range of data. Let's open the example. And you could see the configuration. This tool supports the range. You could specify the range, and based on that value, you could execute or you could retrieve data. And we have few options, and we will explain all the configurations. So please go through this example and try to understand. So I'm going to use a different dataset. The dataset which we used in our previous module, that we are going to demonstrate our select record tool. So let me drag this Excel file. Select the sheet, and if you remember, we used star. We used star to specify the file. This time I'm going to use 3 question mark. And if you remember, we have two files. We have two files. One is ending with new movies XLS and another one is old movie XLS, and the second file is located inside subdirectory. So let's select the options. Let's add full path also. Let me load this file. And you could see we are able to read data from both sheets. We are able to read data from old movies as well as new movies. Now let's go to the output, and you could see we have around 20 records. Let me use select records, and we could add select record tools to our favorite by simply selecting star. Let me drag select record tools, and we have very simple configuration. You could specify exactly which data you want. Let me specify 1. It will return row 1. And you could see we have Lion King, and the output you could see we are getting only 1 record. Similarly, you could specify any other value also. Let me specify 6. Let me specify 6, which will retrieve matrix. So let's specify 6. So you could specify any single row. And you could see we are getting exactly that record. Now if you want to retrieve data from first 8 records, you could specify 8, but you have to specify minus, which means starting with 1 till 8. Don't get confused that retrieve last 8 values. Most of the time people will confuse if minus 8 means last 8 records. So inside select record tools, minus 8 means starting with 1 till 8. So let's try to execute it. And you could see we are getting all the 8 records. Starting with 1, we are getting 8 records. Now if you want to retrieve last 8 records, what you should do? We have 20 records, so our data should start with 12. And instead of minus 12 means starting with 1 to 12. You have to specify 12 plus, starting with 12 till the last. Now if you go to output, you will get 9 records, starting with 12 and including 20. So let's add a sort tool, and let's sort our data based on ID. Now if you look at the input, you could see we have data from 1 to 20. 12th record is inceptions. At the output, you could see we have data from 12th record. So it will include 12 also and the last record also. That's why 9 records. Similarly, you could specify a range. So if you look at the data, and if you want to specify a range 10 to 15, you could use 10 to 15, and it will include record 10 as well as 15. You could see it's including 10th record as well as 15th record, and total 6 records are there in the output. And the cool part is you could specify multiple conditions. So if you want to retrieve first record, you could specify first. If you want to retrieve fifth record, you could specify fifth record. If you want to retrieve record 8 to 9, you could specify this. Then you could specify I need record from 12 to 15. Also I need data from 17 till the last. You could specify all these conditions and you could execute. So you could specify multiple conditions in different line and it will retrieve all the expected records. We specified 1 and you could see we are getting 1. Similarly, we specified 5, we are getting 5. We specified 8 to 9. So we will get 8 as well as 9. So this will include the data which we specified and if there is any data in between. So if you look at the 12 to 15, we are getting 12, 13, 14, 15. Also we specified 17 till last. 17 to till the last. So this is how the select record tool is working, and the only confusion will be if there is any minus. People might think that the last 5 record. It's not last 5 record till the beginning up to 5. Minus 5 means till the beginning up to 5, and plus means 17 to last. So this is the two confusing part in select record tools, and it's very simple and it's very useful tool also. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back. Let's see what we are going to learn from this module. We are going to discuss about input data tools, and I know we discuss about this tool very lot. But this time we are going to discuss the concept of relative path, and we could expect 1 or 2 questions about relative path also. That's why I'm going to cover that part as well. Then we will discuss about join tool and union tool and the concept of how the join will work. Similarly, what is the difference between join and union? Everything we'll try to cover. Also, finally, we will explain how we could use output tools. So far, we discussed about input tools, but we didn't try to cover output tool. By using output tools, you could export your data into files or into table. We will try to cover the file export options. So let's get started. Hello, welcome back. In this module, we are going to focus mainly union tool and join tool. And before starting to configure union tool and join tool, I just want to go through the concept of what is meant by join, what is meant by union. So let's start with the union. So by union means you could join your data or combine your data vertically. So if you look at the alphabetical UV, union, vertical, combine or vertical joining of your data. So by using union tool, you could combine your data vertically. Now if you look at the data, so assume you have some sample data set. Inside your data set 1, you have ID, name, age, country, and inside data set also you have ID, name, age and country. Now you want to combine these two data sets, and you want to combine these two data sets vertically. In such situation, you could use union tool. So as we have same column names and all the columns are in the right position. That means ID is the first column, name is the second column, age is the third column, country is the fourth column. you could easily combine them either by using column names or column position or manually. Inside union, you could combine your data three way. There are three options are there. Either you could use column names or column position, or you could manually configure them. Now if you combine these two datasets using column names or column position, you will get a dataset like this. We will get the first dataset, then the data from second dataset. So it's a vertical combine. Now let's go to another example. And in this case, we have similar column names. We have ID, name, age, country. But in the second dataset, we don't have country column. Now, if you combine your data either by using column names or position, you will get an output like this. But if there is no dataset or if there is no column in the second dataset, you will get null. So, corresponding data will be considered as null. Now, what will happen if the dataset is contain different column names? Say you have customer ID and in another dataset it's ID. Customer name, in another dataset it's name. But we have age in both column and country is available in first dataset. We don't have any country in the second dataset. Now if you combine these two datasets using column names, you will get an output like this. If you have a matching column, it will combine vertically. And if you don't have any matching column, that column will be considered as a new column. So even though we have ID, customer ID will be considered as a new column, and for these two records we have null in the ID, but we have customer ID. And for all this record we have null customer ID, but we have corresponding ID. But if you want to combine it more accurately, you could use option like combine your data using their position. You could combine this data using position, or you could manually configure them. Now if you manually configure or if you combine these two datasets using position, you will get a much better result. You could see we managed to combine customer ID, we managed to combine the name of the customer, age, and we don't have any customer country in the second dataset. So it's look much better. So depending upon the requirement, you could either combine your data using column names or position, or you could go with the manual configuration. Now let's see what is meant by join. And in the case of join, you will be combine your data horizontally. UV, union, vertical. But in the case of horizontal, join, HIJ. Horizontal means joining your data horizontally. Now assume you have two datasets, dataset 1 and dataset 2. Now if you combine these two datasets using order ID, you will get something like this. You could see for all the order ID that is matching, the data is combined horizontally. Horizontal means in this direction. We have order ID 100 in both datasets, so it's joined horizontally. But we don't have order ID 103, 104 in the second dataset, so this part become null. And we have order ID 105 in the second dataset, but we don't have any order ID 105 in the first dataset, so this part will become null, and you will get this result. Now inside Alteryx, we don't get this result directly. We will get three output from Alteryx join tool. One is join, then L and R. J means those record that is available in both dataset. That means the first three record 100, 101, 102. These three records are available in both dataset. So inside J output, you will get this kind of output. That means those records that is available in two dataset. Inside L, you will get those records that is available in the L input. That is only available in the L input, and that is not available in the second or right input. So you could see 103 and 104 are available in the left input, but it's not available in the right input. So those two records you could find inside L output. And there is one more output called R, where you could find those records that is only available in the right input, and there is no corresponding data available in the L input. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back.
Let's start by explaining what is union tool or how to use union tool. And for this demo, we are going to use some order information. The files are located inside module 5, order UK CSV, order US CSV. And if you look at the data, you could see we have similar kind of structure. We have order ID, store ID, customer ID, order amount, order date, and region in both dataset. But the difference is they are not in the right place. If you look at the file, you could see we have store ID as a second column. But in the second file, we have store ID as a second last column. That means columns are not in the right position. But we want to combine these two data. And to combine this data, I'm going to use union tool, which you could find under join category or inside favorite also you could find this tool. Now, if you select union tool, you could see there is a short description how the tool will work. This will combine two or more data stream. That means by using this tool, you could combine two or more data stream. Data stream means input data with a similar structure based on the field name or position. So you could use field name or position or even manual configuration also there. In the output, each column will contain the data from each input. So let's open the example and let's execute this example. If you look at the data, you could see we have some columns and we have similar columns, but the column order are different. If you look at the column, we have ID at the last column, but here it is the second column. Now we are combining this data using union tool, and we have three options. Either we could go with the config by name, position, or manual configuration. Now if you configuring either using name or position, we might get a additional columns. And how you want to process it. Do you want to get a warning, ignore, or stop processing? You could select it. And do you want to list all the columns or only columns that are available in both dataset that you could select? Now if you look at the output, you could see we are configuring our data based on config by name. So we are managed to combine these two dataset. Now if you look at the output, you could see we are getting the output. First output we are getting from first data stream. Then we are getting the output from second data stream. But if you want to alter the order, you could select this option, but the structure will remain the same. Let's see the output. Now you could see we are getting the second stream first, then the first stream. So we have option to choose which stream should be displayed or listed first using this option. But it's not going to alter the structure. You should remember that. So let's go back to our workflow. Let me add a union tool. Let me configure it. Let's select auto config by name because we have same file names or column names are same. And I'm going to select warning, continue processing, and output all field. Let's execute it. And you could see we are able to get the data from both data stream. Now we are getting UK first, but we could alter it. Now we are getting USA. So this is how the union tool will work if you choose config by name. In next lecture, we will see how we could configure by position and manual configuration. So I hope you understand the concept. And it's very simple tools, very basic configuration is there. We have config by name, position and manual configuration. Do you want to stop processing if there is any additional column, or you just want to list warning or even ignore the warning? Similarly, do you want to list all the columns or only the subset of column? And finally, which order you want to list, which stream you want to list specifically using this option. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we'll learn how to use auto config by name. So in the case of auto config by name, we just need to select config by name and it will combine the data based on the column names. But we have auto config by position is there and manual configuration is there. If you select the config by position, you could see we are configuring our data based on the position. That means if you look at the data, we have stream, number, ID, first name, last name. But in the second data set, we have few data set or few data without proper column names. We have field 1, field 2, field 3, field 4, but the data are similar. We have stream, number, ID, then the name. Now I want to combine these two data sets by position, and if I execute, I could see a data set like this, stream number 1 and the output from stream number 3, ID and position, or ID and other columns. Now if I want to reorder, I could use this option and I could execute it. Now you could see second data is listing first, then the first data. Similarly, if you look at the data, you could see we have some test input tool, and this data is entered manually. And if I want to update the column names, I could use the header of config window, and if I execute, still I will get the same result, because we are configuring our data based on the position, not based on the column names. So let's see some data. We have some customer information, and you could see we have customer ID, customer name, customer address and postal code. And in the second data also we have customer ID, name, customer address, postal code. But the issue is we don't have same customer name, or column names are different, but the position is much better, but it's not exactly correct position. Let's start combining this data using column names and see what will happen. If I execute and it's selected auto config by name, I could see many warning. Many of the columns are either available in one data set but not available in the second data set. So you could see we have many new columns, and even the customer ID is not joined properly, because one is customer ID and the second one is ID. Now I could select config by position. I could select config by position, but still it will not give the correct answer, because some of the position is also not correct. We got proper customer ID, customer name, but the email address and country code are not in the proper position. So this time I'm going to use config by field name. And what we could do is we could select a column. Say for example, I could select ID and could reorder it. Let's execute it. Now you could see we managed to combine our data properly, at least in the customer ID column. Similarly, I could select customer name and position it accordingly. So let me select, and I could select multiple columns also. So you could select multiple column, and you could reorder it according to your convenience. Similarly, we have an option to reset by position and name, and you could use which data stream you want to list first. Let me execute it, and we should expect much better result now. So you could see we have some issue with the email address. So let's swap it. Now postal code are connected to postal code, email address is connected to email address, and country is also connected to country. Now what will happen if you reset it and reset by name? Now I could select ID and name.
So if you reset your data based on column names, the data will be reset according to the name of the column. Let me execute again and we should expect to get the same result. So this is how you could configure your data based on column position as well as manual configuration. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now if you look at the union tool example, you could see there is one additional details. There are some data, there are 2 records, and how you will get if you combine these 2 data using union tool. You will get vertical combined data if you use union tool. But if you use join tool, you will get horizontal combined data. So let me see some demo using join tool, and you could find the join tool inside favorite, or you could go to join and you could find the join tool. Now if you couldn't find a join category, you could simply click add remove tools and you could select the join category. And for this demo we are going to use a simple data set, that is store related data. We have some store related data and we have another data set store inactive, where we have store ID and reason for inactive. Let me combine these 2 data set. So I am going to drag it. Let me connect the store detail as a left input and inactive details as a right input. Now inside join tools, you could either join your data by record position or by using specific column. I'm going to use specific column. Now let me combine these 2 data set using store ID. So we have store ID in both data set. So let me select store ID and let's load it. Now we have one more option is there. Which all the columns you want to consider for output. So from the left input, which all the columns you want to include. From the right input stream, which all the columns you want to input. Now we don't have this store name in the right, so let me deselect it, or we could even forget all missing column. Now you could even rename the column. So this feature, this data types and rename description, this feature we saw while using select tools. So sometime you could expect questions regarding this also, which tools will provide select features. So you can't find this option inside union operation, but you will find the similar options to choose the right columns, data types, description, everything in the join tools. So let me select some of the columns. I don't need store ID from both data set. And the rest of the column we selected is store ID, region ID, store name, address, and store phone number, email address, and the description. Let me execute. Now join tool provide 3 output. We will get those record that is only available in the left input, and those record that is only available in the right input, and those record that are available both left input as well as right input. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have store ID 5, which is available in the left input, and the same store ID 5 is available in the right input. That's why it's available in the J output. But the rest of the data is only available in the left input or in the right input. That's why the remaining data is available in the left output or right output. And those records that are available in both data set will be available in the join output. So it's a inner join. And L means left join, that is those record that is only available in the left input. And R means right unjoin, that is those record that is only available in the right input. So this is how the join tool is working, and it's very simple and very powerful tool. You could join your data either by record position or by specific column, and you could join your data based on a single column or multiple column. We just selected single column, and also you could select which all the columns you want to process or you want to analyze. You could select and you could deselect those unwanted columns. And if you want to rename, you could use rename option. You could change the data types and you could specify additional description. So it's a very simple and very powerful tool.
So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now, if you remember, while discussing about union tool, we discussed how we could use union tool to combine our data based on column names and based on the column position. Also, we discussed how we could configure by manual configuration. Now we have two sets of data, and in both dataset we could see we have customer ID, and I am going to combine these two datasets. One is order information and another one is customer details. Now I am going to combine these two datasets using customer ID, and to combine these two datasets I am going to use join tool. So there are some situations you need to choose join tool to combine heterogeneous, that means that data that are entirely different. So we have customer details and we have order details that are entirely different data set. But if you have multiple similar kind of data, for example order details from USA and UK. Now if you want to combine, you could use union tool. Similarly, you want to combine customer details from two countries, you could use union tool. But if you want to combine entirely different data set like customer details and order details, you could use join tools. So let's add a join tool that you could find under join category. Let me connect the customer information as a L input, and let me connect the order details as a R input. Now if I execute, I will get error because we didn't configure the join tool. Let me select join by specific field, select customer ID from right side as well as left side. Now if you want to deselect any of these columns, you could choose that, but we will configure it later. So let me execute it. And you could see there are 14 records in the J output. That means there are 14 records that are available in both datasets. But if you select L input, you could see there are 3 more records, and in the R you could see there are 3 more records. There are 5 more records, I think. And if you look at the customer ID, you could see we have customer ID 13 and 11. And we have customer ID 13 and 11 available in the L also. So why they didn't join? As we specified customer ID from both dataset, we should expect to join them. So why it is not joined? Now if you look at the data carefully, you could see these are capital words, but in the L you could see it's a lowercase. So our join tool is case sensitive. That's why it's not able to pick or consider these two values as same. Now if you want to join these two dataset and if you want to combine irrespective of case, you could use formula tool. So you could simply drag a formula tool and you could drag it here. You could select customer ID, select the function, and you could either convert to lowercase or uppercase, or even title case also work. Let me select uppercase, select the column, customer ID. I'm going to drag one more formula tool, or we could add it using right click, insert connection, preparation, formula tool. Select customer ID, function, uppercase, and let's select customer ID. Now if I execute, I should get much better result. Now we have CO or C012 inside our L, and we don't have that value inside our R. We have C016 and 17 which does not present, or which is not present in the L. That's why 3 records are still not joined, but the remaining data are joined. Now if you look at the data, you could see now we have total 17 records. After combining these two datasets, 17 record is available in both datasets, and one data that is only available in the left input and 2 data that is only available in the right input. Now if you want to configure your
selection, you could use the select option of join tool. So join tool provides a select feature or select functionality, and you could select the relevant column. And if you want to deselect one by one, you could use this option, or you could go to option and you could select deselect all. Similarly, inside option, you could select all, or select all left or all right. Now let me select all the column and let me deselect some of the columns. Similarly, you could rename, and other options provided by select tool you could find here. So by using join tools, you could combine your data, and join tool is case sensitive. That means if you combine uppercase and lowercase, the data is not going to be considered. So you should either use formula tools or make sure your data are in the proper case before joining the data. And you could expect questions based on this concept. Like in one dataset we have uppercase, and in another dataset you have lowercase IDs, and once you join, where you will find them. If it is uppercase in one set and another set, if it is a lowercase, you will find them in the L and R. But if the case are correct, you could find them in the J. So you should remember this. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn few more technique or concept regarding join and union. Let me bring the tools which we use to combine our store information. Now if you remember, we have store details and inactive store details. And instead of combining these two datasets using union tool, we used join tool, because even though it's a store related information, they are entirely different data. We have store information inside our store file, and we have active store or inactive store details inside our inactive store. So it's a inactive store details, and even though both are store related information, they are entirely different data. That's why we used join tool to combine these two data. Now let's copy all this and let's paste it inside our demo. And I want to combine this store information, active store information, with our customer order details. So right now we have some 17 record inside our join report. So if you look at the data, you could see we have customer information as well as order details, and we have store information. We have store ID, and we have store ID inside our this data set also. You could see we have store ID, region ID inside our store information. Now I want to combine these two datasets using store details. So we should use join tool, because store information is a entirely different data and customer order information is entirely different data. So let's drop a join tool and let's connect them. Now if you look at the output, you could see inside our L, you could see active customer, active store information, because we combined store information with the inactive, and inside J we have inactive store details, and inside R we have information from inactive file. So this is the file this is the output where we will get active store information. So let's connect these details with R. Now we are getting the output from J that we need to use. So this is the combined details from customer and order. So we need to delete this connection and let's connect it properly. Now if I execute, I will get error, because our data, we didn't configure this join tool, and even data type also error. Data type also not correct, so we will get error, it's not configured. Let's start with the store ID. And you could see once you select store ID in the left, automatically store ID from right also selected. But if you look at the data, you could see we have store ID, and there are 2 records with the store ID 2 and 2 records with the store ID 1, but they have different region ID. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have store ID as well as region, So we need to use store ID as well as region inside our join tool. So let me select region, and it's not selecting region ID from right because both are different column names. So we need to select manually. So we just selected our proper columns, and this is the first time we are selecting multiple column inside our join tool. Now if I execute, our configuration is fine, but there is one more issue, and it's because of the data types. If you look at the metadata of J, you could see we have everything string. But if you look at the store information, we have store ID and region ID as double. And we will be able to join double with the double, string with the string, and int with the int data types. So either we need to use select tools to convert this data to proper data types, or we could use the output from our join tool itself. That means if you select the join tools, you could see we have an option to select relevant columns, change data types, or rename, add description. Let me select the join tool. Let me select store ID as double. Now we selected store ID as double and the region is string. Let me add a select tool. To demonstrate, we could use select tool also. And instead of region ID, let me select string. So we have a string data, region as a string 255. So one option we selected as join tool, and we could use the select tool also. So it's better to go with the select feature of join tool, but I just added to demonstrate it. Now let's execute it, and our execution is working fine, and you could see we are getting all the information. Now if you don't want to include all this information, you could deselect unwanted columns. Similarly, you could use this up and down arrow to move the column around. Let's execute again and see only those columns which we selected. Now we are not getting store name or store address because we deselect those columns. So this is how you could use join tools with a different configuration. And the most important part is, if you want to join two datasets, the case data within the columns should have similar case. You can't join capital letter with a lowercase letter, and the data type is also very important. You can't join double with a string. There will be error. So you should remember these 2 points. Now if you want to join, you could use join data by record position also there. So in some situation, if you want to use join record by position, you could go with this option also. And inside join tools, you will get the feature of select tools or select features, which even include the save configuration I as YXFT file. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's try to understand another very important concept: relative path and absolute path. Absolute path means the exact path of a file. Assume, so far we used absolute path. Assume you store some file in your file system, and if you use absolute path, it means you are specifying the entire path. That means starting from the root /d, then the folder location and the exact file location. And there is an alternative way to specify the file name using relative path. Relative path means you are specifying the path of a file relative to something else. Most of the time we will specify relative path based on our application file location. Say for example, if you store your file as a demo, then you could specify based on demo app where the file is located. Whether the file is located in the exact folder of demo app, or is it in the parent folder, or is it in the subfolder. So relative to our application, you could specify where it is.
So let's see a sample demo. So in this demo, we used two files. One is store and store inactive. Now if you right click a input data tools, you have a option open containing folder. And if you click this, it will open the location of the folder where the file is actually stored. Let me copy this file. Now if you look at the demo, it's saved inside Alteryx Core Certification workflow. So let me open workflow and this is the app. Let me save this file at the same location. Now our data file as well as application file are in the same location. Now instead of this full path, I'm going to specify /. That means in the same folder, and the file name is store HLS. And you could see we are able to read this data. We are able to read this data by just specifying the relative path of this location. So this is the concept of relative path. And there are few more scenarios you could find, especially parent folder and subfolder, that we will discuss in the upcoming lecture. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Assume you have a workflow. And you configured your input data tool to read data from file using absolute path or relative path. Now if you want to update them, say if you want to update the relative path into absolute path or into absolute path into relative path, Alteryx provide an option. If you go to option, advanced option, and if you select workflow dependency, you could choose the shortcut also. Now you could see we have an option. Make all the paths are relative or make all the path absolute. Now if the file is located in the same path, you could use dot. And if the file is located in the parent folder, you could use double dot. And if it is in subfolder, from the parent folder, if it is in subfolder, you could use the subfolder also. Now you could make all of them relative, all of them absolute. Let's make all of them relative and click OK. Similarly, you could choose any of the workflow. Go to options, select advanced option, workflow dependency, and I think all the paths are referring to the same folder. I think all the input data are reading data from the same folder. You could make it relative or absolute. And you could click OK. Now in order to understand the relative path and corresponding absolute path, I just created another workflow and it's reading data from different folder. One file we are reading from Alteryx and another file from Alteryx Core Certification, then from workflow and from subfolder also. And similarly from other directories. Based on the working directory, we will load data from different directory. So this is the workflow. Which we are going to use. And in order to use relative path, first we need to save this workflow. And to save this workflow, we could use this save icon. Go to file, select save, or we could choose the Ctrl S shortcut. Let's save this workflow inside workflow folder. And let's call it as demo 8. And I'm going to save this workflow as a designer workflow. And the file extension is .yxmd. That is also very important topic. And the location is we saved inside Alteryx Core Certification workflow. Let's save it. Now let's go to options, advanced option, workflow dependency. Now you could see we are reading data from all this path. And this is the current directory or the application is saved in this location. Let's make all relative. And you could see for the current working directory, it's dot. And for parent, it's double dot. And for parent of parent, double dot / double dot. Similarly, from the working directory, we have a subdirectory, sub A. And we have another file from another subdirectory, sub B.
and one more file from subdirectory to subdirectory, that is C. So you could see how we are referring them. Then we have few data that are reading from subdirectory of parent folder. And you could see we are referring one folder from parent folder subdirectory module 5. Module 5 is located instead of workflow, it's in module 5. Then this is the subfolder from parent folder, module 4. Then another one from module 4. So let's make all of them relative. Click OK. And let's load it. Now we need to choose the proper delimiter. Let me choose 0. So this is how you could make your workflow relative as well as absolute. And you could see if the file are reading from the current directory, it's /. If it is from parent, //. And if it is a parent of parent, ///. Now it is a subdirectory, //subdirectory, then file name. And if it is a subdirectory of subdirectory, then //subdirectory, then the subdirectory, then the file name. So I hope you understand the concept, and by using this relative path you could refer any file based on the workflow where you saved this workflow, or based on the working directory. So that's all for this video, and you could expect questions based on this kind of scenarios. You want to read data from parent folder, which relative path will you use? You want to read data from subdirectory, which relative path will you use? So you could expect this kind of questions. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. So far we discussed about many tools, but we didn't start to discuss about the very important tool called output data tool. Whenever we work with any of the ETL tool, we will bring data into that tool, we will process it, but at the end we need to store the data into a file or into a database. And to perform this kind of operation, we will use output data tools. So inside Alteryx, you could use output data tool to save the result into a database or into a file. And you could find the output data tools inside favorite, or you could find it inside input output. Now if you select, you could see a short description. By using these tools, you could save the data into a file or into a database. Let's open the example. And you could see how this tool is working. You could save the data into a file, and the configuration is very simple. You just need to specify where you want to save it. Also, what kind of format you want to save. Similarly, it offers many other features. So it helps you to save the data into wide variety of file format and into different database also. And it also supports to save the data based on field name. So if you have a large data set and if you want to save some of the column related data, say sales from USA, you want to save it as a separate file. Sales from UK, you want to save it as a separate file. Alteryx provide a simple option. You just need to select some configuration and it helps you to save the data into different files. So let's go back to our workflow. And you could find the output data tools inside our input output category as well as favorite. You could simply drag it, or you could select the tool and see you have an option. As we selected join tools, we have 3 output, and you could select output data tools for any of the output. Let me select join, and inside join we are getting 16 record. And let's insert after join input output data tool. Now we need to make the configuration. And just like input data tools, you could use setup a connection, choose the file format, and you could save this file as JSON file, CSV file, or Excel file, and many other format it supports. But I am going to use Alteryx database, which is one of the very popular exam topic, and the file extension will be yxdb. So you could save your data as a Alteryx database. So let's select that one, and you could select the location. And if you want to create additional folder, you could create it. Now let's specify the file name. Now let's save it. And if you open the location, you could see we have an empty folder because we didn't execute this workflow. Now let's execute it. And you could see after the execution, a new file is created. So this is how output data tool is working, and it supports many file format and database, and it also provides an option to store your data into different file based on a column names that we will discuss later. So, but there is an option to save your data into different files, just like sales from USA, sales from UK, sales from India, similar kind of files you could create based on the column. So you could select a column and all the data belongs to that column will be saved as a separate file that we will discuss later. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's go through some of the topics which we discussed already, mainly regarding unit tool. So we have some data and it's a user details. We have user ID, name of the user, address, age, sex, country, and we have similar data. But the issue is, or the difference is, we have different column names. You could see we have user ID, name of the employee, address, and these are few columns which are matching, age, sex, and country. So this column is only available in the first data set. And if you try to combine these two data sets using name, it will not join properly. But you could join this data manually, or you could use column position to join this data. So let's see what we could do. And I just configured our input data tool to read the data from these two files. One is located inside the parent folder and another one is located inside subdirectory compared to the workflow, compared to this workflow. Now let's add a union tool, and if you select union tool and if you open the example, you could see if the column names match, you could use union by column, and if it does not match, you could use position or manual configuration. And in the case of position, it will consider column names from the first data set. You should remember this. Let's close this and let's add union. So if you select first data set, union tool will consider these column names if it does not find the proper column names if you combine your data using position. Let's combine this data using name. And as we selected name, you could see only 3 columns are already available in both dataset. And Alteryx will consider user ID and user are different. Name of the employee and name are different, and country is already available only in one dataset. Now you could see we have few more options. If you combine 2 datasets and if there is few columns that is only available in one dataset, you could stop processing and you could list a error. So if there are any additional column in one of the dataset, you could stop processing and list a error, or you could ignore it. And normally we will choose warning. We will get to know there is some additional column, but we will execute it. Now if you want, you could consider only those columns that are available in both dataset, or you could select all the columns. And in this case, only 3 columns are available in both dataset. But if you select all the columns, you will get all the columns, even though which is not combined.
So you could see we are getting user, then name and country. Now let's try with the config by position. And this time our data look much better, because already our data is almost in proper position. So we are getting proper data. Now I'm going to add one more input data tool, and it's user details 3. And it is located in the same location where this application is saved. Now you could see we have only A, B, C, D, E. These are the column names. And let's use union tool. And I'm going to select first dataset from this user details 3. Let's config by position. And according to our expectation, we should get the column names as A, B, C. Now let's discuss one more important concept. Let's go to advanced and workflow dependency and make all relative. Now you could see from the subdirectory we are getting ./subdirectory, and for parent directory we are using double dot, and for the same directory we are using dot. So this is the file we are loading from subdirectory. It's from parent directory, and this one from same directory. Now there are some situation you could expect few questions based on the number of columns. If you choose config by position or name or manual configuration. Say for example, if you choose config by position, and if there are 6 records in your first dataset and there are 5 records in your dataset, second dataset, and you choose output all field, you will get 6 field. And if you select common subset, you will get 5 field. But if you select all column, you will get 6 field, because there are 6 field. Similarly for this union also, there are 5 fields inside our first dataset and 6 field in second dataset. We selected common subset, and you will get 5 field. But if you select 6 all field, you will get 6 field. Now we have 6 field in this union as well as in this user data. So you will get 6 field in the output also, even though we select subset. So you could see now we are getting 6 field, because in both dataset we have 6 field. But if one of the dataset contain only 5 field, you will get only 5 field in the output also. So you could see we are getting only 5 field, hence we are getting only 5 field in the output. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. So far we discussed many configuration regarding union tool and join tool, but there are one more configuration which we need to learn. So if you drag a join tool, you could see we have an option to join our record by position, and in this lecture we are going to discuss about that. And before discussing that, I'm going to join these two dataset. We have a department dataset and we have some user details, and I'm going to join these two dataset. And let's select the join by user ID and user. Now you could see there is a warning saying that you can't join string data with a double. So if you execute, you will get error, and we know how to fix it. In order to fix this, we need to use select tools, and you could select proper data types. So you could add select tool either in one side or in the both connection. You could add it in both connection. Select proper data set, select proper data types, and execute it. Now you could see we are able to see entire data. Now you could see there are 8 records in the J output. Now if you look at the product details, you could see there are 5 records, but we don't have any identical columns. And I want to join these two datasets by using record position. So let's see what will happen if you join these two datasets using record position. So if you look at the J output, you could see there are 8 records, and inside product we have 5 records. Let me connect these two. And instead of joining by specific record, I am going to use join by record position. Let's execute it. Now if you look at the J output, you could see there are 5 records, and all these 5 records is already available in the product details, and the first 5 records from this one. But there was 8 records in the J output. So where is the 3 record that you could find under L? Because we connected our J as a L input, and the remaining 3 records you could find under L. But what will happen if you delete this connection and connect them in reverse direction? So let me connect as a L, and let's connect J as R. Now if I execute, 5 records I could find inside J. So if you check it, the 5 records I could find in J, but I can't find any record in L. That 3 records you could find under R, because we connected our joined output. That means our 8 record as a R, and the 3 record you could find under R. So if you combine your data by join record position, the record will blindly combined. First record will combine with the first record, second record will combine with the second record, third record will combine with the third record, and if there are additional record in one data set, that will go to corresponding output. So if you connect more record in the L, the additional record will go to L output. If you connect more record in the R, the additional record will go to R output. So that's the simple scenario. And when we will use this kind of join, there are some specific scenario you might come across, and you might need to use this kind of configuration. But most of the time we will join our data by specific record. But there are some situations you may come across, and you need to blindly join this record by record position. Now let's open the J example, and let's execute it. There also you could see a similar scenario. We have 6 records. We have 6 records. So all the 6 records you could find under J, and we don't have any record in the L or in the R, because we have only 6 records. But if there is one record, but if there is any of the input stream contain 7 records, that one record you could find under corresponding output. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In this module, we are trying to understand some of the concept about test input tool. We already discussed how to configure test input tool, but there are few more configuration you need to learn before appearing the exam. Similarly, we will explain how to use find replace tool, then append fields tools. So these are the 2 very simple tools, and you could expect few simple questions from this tool. And finally, we will discuss how to use output data tool. We already discussed how to use output data tool, and we saw how to create Alteryx database file. Now in this module, we will try to focus on how to create Excel file. So all these are very important concepts. So let's get started. Hello, welcome back. Now let's discuss some other configuration regarding test input tool. We already discussed about test input tools, and by using this tool, you could import data manually. You could enter data manually. So if you want to enter some data manually into the workflow, you could use this tool. You could open the example and see how this tool is working. It's a very simple configuration. You just need to enter the data manually, and you could use it. So let me close this. Now let's drag a test input tool, and let's enter some data. So you could enter this data manually. I just entered 5 record. Let's load it, and you could see the data. And if you look at the metadata, you could see current data type is int32. So based on the data, Alteryx will assign the data types.
But if you add some string value, the data type will change. So based on the data type will change. So if you update the value, Alteryx will update the data type also. Now you could see we have few more options. You could select a cell, you could insert a row or column. Let me insert a column, and it's going to insert a column at the right side. If you select, it will insert a new column. Similarly, you could insert a new record. So you could insert a new record, or you could insert a header. If you choose insert header, the current header will become row. So let's insert a new record or new header, and you could see current header become row. Similarly, you could delete a column. So if you delete, current column will be deleted. So let me select delete column. Delete row will delete current rows. Delete row will remove current row. So if you delete, this row will be removed. Similarly, you could delete header, and it will remove current header and first row become header. So let's delete this header, and our first row become header. Similarly, you could copy some value and paste it, and you could copy value also. So you could copy value, you could paste it. Now this is the important option. By using Alteryx test input tool, you could import data from a Excel file or a CSV file. So assume you have a file and there are thousands of records, and you want to use this data as a test input tool. You don't need to enter the record manually. You could import the record using this option. So let's import some data, and let's select this file. And if it is a Excel file, you need to select the sheet, and you could see we are able to import the record. You don't need to enter all this data manually. Now if you delete the file, still you will be able to use this data because the data is copied into Alteryx. Similarly, you could import any file, but there is a limitation. You could import maximum 10,000 cell. So let me select a Excel file, and this Excel file contains more than 50,000 cell, and there are two sheets. Let me select sheet 1, and this sheet also contains more than 10,000 record. Now you could see there is a warning saying that first 10,000 record is loaded, and it's not loaded entire record, and this limitation is only applicable to import. Now if you look at the data, you could see we managed to import 10,000 cell. Now if you want to enter data manually, you could enter, or you could even open the Excel file and copy the remaining data. So let me copy this data, and Ctrl V to paste it. Now we imported a single field where we have 10,000 record. But what will happen if you import a two field and each contain more than 15,000 record? In such situation, we will be able to import first 10,000 record only, but the data will be coming from two field. So let me select sheet 2. In total, you will get 5,000 cell from each field. So you could see we are able to load maximum 10,000 cell, but we are able to read first 5,000 cell from one field and another 5,000 cell from second field. Now if you execute, you could see those record inside your result window. Now the column names are ID1 and ID2, and if you select few cell, you have, and if you right click, you have some option. You could copy all cell with the header, without header, or selected cell with header, selected cell without header. Let me select copy selected cell with header. Now if you right click, you could see an option to paste this value as a test input tool. So if you paste, a new test input tool is configured, and you could see the header and corresponding data. Similarly, you could open any Excel file or a CSV file and copy this record. Right click and you could see there is an option saying that paste this value as a test input tool. Now you could see it's pasted the value as a test input tool and it recognized the first row as header. Now sometime the first row will become data. In such situation you could delete the header, so it may look like this. So sometime it may look like this. In such situation you could simply delete the header and first row become your header. So these are the few important configuration you need to remember, and the most important point is Alteryx will assign a data types. Alteryx will assign a data types based on the data inside the cell. And the second thing is, if you import data from a Excel file or a CSV file, you could import maximum 10,000 cells. But you could enter more data manually, either by typing or you could copy and paste it. And finally, you could copy some value from an Excel file or from a browse tool or from your result window, and you could paste it as a test input tool. So these are the few important things you need to remember. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn another very simple and very useful tool. It's a very simple tool and you could score all the mark from this tool. You could expect at least 2 questions from this tool. Append field tool. By using this tool, you could produce Cartesian result. So if you have 5 record in the source, it accepts 2 input. And if there is 5 record in one of the source and another 10 record in another source, it will produce 50 record. If you have 100 record in one source and 5 record in the second source, you will get 500 record in the output. So it's a simple tool that produces Cartesian result. So let's open the example. And you could see this tool accepts 2 input. One is target and another one is source. Try to connect large input in the target and small input in the source. Let's execute this and you could see there was 52 record in the target and 4 record in the source, and in the output you could see we are getting 208. Now we are connecting this in opposite. That means 5 record we connected to target and 52 record we connected to source. We will get the same result, but if there is more than 16 record you are going to process or append, you need to allow it, or you could stop execution using error, or you could choose warning. Let's choose warning. And you could see there is a warning. Now if you choose stop processing, it will result in error. So the idea is very simple. It produces Cartesian result. If there are 100 record in one source and 5 record in another source, it will produce 500 record. If there is 100 record in one source and 6 record in another source, it will produce 600 record. So let's go to our example. And if you look at the data, you could see we have 25 record in one of the data set, and we have 5 record or 3 record in another data set. Let me drag this input tool. Let's connect. I'm connecting large input at the target and 3 record in the source. Let's execute it. And you could see we are getting 75 record. Now let me drag one more append field tool, and I am connecting 5 record and the same 3 record. Now if I execute, I will get 225. Now if I add one more append field, if I execute, you could see 25 into 3, 75, 75 into 3, 225, and 225 into 3, 675. So it's just producing Cartesian output. Let me drag a different append field tool, and this time I'm connecting the 3 record into target and 25 record into source. Now if I execute, I will get error because it's more than 16 record we are connecting to target. It's more than 16 record we are connecting to source. It's total 25 records are there. Now in such situation you could choose allow all append, or you could choose warning. So it's very simple. It's simply produce the Cartesian output. Now what you need to remember is, just like join tool, append field tool also provide the select functionality. You could rename a column, you could change the data types, you could reorder a column position, and you could specify the description. Also you could export the configuration using save and load configuration. So all the features that you could find under select tools or join tools, you could find inside append tool. So select feature also available inside append tool as well as join tool. So you should remember this important concept. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. If you look at the join category, you could find a very useful tool called find and replace tool. This tool provides a functionality which is very similar to Excel VLOOKUP. So if you ever used Excel, most probably you already familiarized with the VLOOKUP functionality. By using this feature, you could search for a value and replace that value with a different value. Let's open the example and let's execute this. Now if you look at the input, you could see there are 15 records. And I want to replace some of the values, say for example and symbol or company or CO, similar kind of words I want to replace. So these are the words I want to replace from this column. And to perform this action, I'm going to use find replace tool, and you could select which column you want to search. You need to select a string column. Now which column from the replace you want to search. Now you could use which column are you going to replace that value. Say for example, if you find and symbol, which value are you going to replace for it? And do you want to replace multiple occurrence or first occurrence? And we have an option to select append field only. Now if you look at the output, you could see we are replacing and symbol with the and word. Similarly, we are replacing co with the company. But there is some issue. We are replacing some meaningful value with the unnecessarily with some other words. Now, in order to avoid this, you could select match all word only. So it will not replace company. It will not consider CO from company. It will consider a word. If it found a word, then only it will consider. And sometimes you need to replace value if it found at the beginning. Say for example, if you want to replace the with a null, similarly CO with a different word, you could use this new option, beginning of the field. You could see we are replacing the with a null, similarly CO with a meaningful value. Similarly, instead of replacing value, if you want to append it, you could use this option. You could select append and which all the columns you want to append. So if you look at the value, you could see if there is any occurrence of these words, we are adding an additional flag, government flag. And you could see wherever that value found, we are adding Hello, welcome back. So far we discussed many tools with many configuration. But there is one tool with very simple configuration and you could expect few questions about that tool also. So if you go to input data tool or input output category, you could see one tool called datetime now tool. This tool will insert current date and time if you execute your workflow. So you could see by using this tool, you could insert current date and time. Let me open the example, and the configuration is very simple. You could select the format or date language and you could select the format. The output of this tool is string. Even though it's a datetime tool and produce date and time, the output will be in string format. So let's go back and let's add a tool and let's select a format and execute it. So you could see now we are getting current date and time. Now inside Alteryx you could use different types of data, and there is a date data types, and the format of date data type is YY, DD, and if there is time it should be SS. So this is the format for date time, which is the standard format. And there is another important tool is there, date time. So you could find the date time tool inside parse, and by using this tool you could transform your date and time to different format, and later we will discuss about this tool. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we know how to use most of the input output tools. We discuss how to use test input tool. We discuss how to use input data tools. Also we covered datetime now tool. And in last module we saw how to use output data tool. And in this module also I am going to cover some more configuration about output data tool. So if you select output data tools, you could see by using this tool you could export data to a file or a database. Now if you open, you could see how this tool is working. You could save the data into a CSV file. You could specify the delimiter and file type, and there are a few more options are there. Similarly, you could save the data into a database, Alteryx database, and the file extension of Alteryx database is .yxdb. Or you could save data to multiple Alteryx database file based on the column names. So assume you have a column called region or category. Based on the value in the column, say region India, USA, UK, you will get multiple file, and you could specify whether you want to add the value as a suffix or prefix, or change the file name or entire file path. Similarly, you could save data to multiple CSV also based on column or based on the number of record. So if you have multiple values and if you want to split the value based on certain records, you could use this option. So these are the few important configuration. Now if you select a tools and if you right click, you could see you could add a browse tool, and you could choose the shortcut also, Ctrl+Shift+B, or you could add insert after, then you could choose the tool. Let me add a browse tool and let's execute it. And by using browse tool, you could see the profile details. Now Alteryx support converting your tool into a different tools. So if you right click, you could see we have an option to convert this tool into output data tools as well as into macro output. Let me choose output data tools. So if you want to add a tool into the palette, you could simply drag it from here, or you could convert your browse tool as a output data tool. Similarly, if you select a test input tools, you could see we have an option to convert this into macro input. Now let's configure this tool. Let me set up a connection, and you could see you could save this data into wide variety of file format. You could save the data as a Excel binary or other Excel versions, or even JSON or other versions are there. Let me select Excel. Now once you click save, you need to enter the sheet name. Click OK, and you could see our folder is still empty and the error is still there. But if you click somewhere in the canvas, that error will disappear. And there is one error inside this output data tool. Let me drop that one and let's execute it. Now you could see a new file has been created. Now if you rerun, you will get error because one of the configuration you need to update it. So inside output option, we selected create new sheet, and if the sheet already exists with the same name, you will get error. Sales info already exists. But you could choose overwrite file, that will overwrite the entire file, or overwrite sheet or remove it, or append data to existing sheet. Let me choose this option and let's execute again. And you could see we managed to save the data into our Excel file. Now let's go to options and advanced option workflow dependency, and let's make it all relative. And you could see from the parent folder, go to module 6, that is subfolder, and go to output folder and save the file there. You could see, go to parent folder, choose module 6 folder, choose output folder, that is subfolder under module 6, and save this file. Now if you execute, you will not get any error and the file is saved under the same location. So this is how we could use output data tool to save the data into an Excel file. And we have few more additional options are there, and we will discuss about this configuration in the upcoming modules. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In this module, we are trying to understand three very important tools. We have summarization tools, we have cross-tab tools, and transpose tool. In this module, we will focus these three tools. And you could expect many questions from these three tools. And if you try to attend your exam without learning these three tools, there are high chance you will fail, because you could expect many questions from these three tools. And it's very important tools, and these tools offer very basic configuration. You could easily learn it. There is no need to worry. You need to learn some basic configuration and you could easily crack all the exam related questions. So let's get started. Hello, welcome back. In this lecture, we will focus summarization tools. And to demonstrate, we will use some product details. We have some product details like product ID, product name, product category, type, and sales. And we have different files or different sheets are there. First, we need to combine this data. Then we need to use the data inside our summarization tool. So let me load this data into Alteryx. I already configured some input data tool to load this data, and it's Excel file. Now we need to combine this data. We have a product details and we are getting product details from three different sheets. And to combine this data, we need to use union tool because we have a identical data. Similar data we have. So let's use union tool. Let's connect first to input. Let's execute it. Now we are getting an error because this file is already open. So let me close this Excel file and try again. And you could see now we are getting the result, but there is a warning saying that some of the column names are not correct. Now if you look at, you could see we have product name, and in another one we have product. Now if you look at the input, you could see we have a product name. Now inside this one we have one product. We have one column called product. Now Alteryx is not considering both columns are same because we have a different column names. Now you could either use a select tools and rename it, or select a config by position inside union tool. Now if you execute, you will get the correct result. Now the data look much better. Similarly, we have one more file. Let me connect this one. Now you could see we loaded or we connected three data set.
Let's execute it. And you could see we are getting data from all the 3 files. Now if you want to change the order, you could use this option. And we discussed this in our last lecture or last module. So I think you know this concept. Now we are going to use this data inside our summarization tool. And you could find the summarization tool inside favorite, or if you go to transform, and you could find it. And if it is not added to favorite, you could simply select the star and it will be added to the favorite. So let's open the example and let's execute it. Now if you look at the input, we have some 90 records, and inside summarization tool you have very basic configuration. Either you could group your data based on a column, or you could apply arithmetical operation like aggregate operation like sum, count, min, match, similar kind of operation you could perform. Now if you look at the configuration, you could see we just selected spent, action we selected sum. So it's just selects the column, choose add sum. Now if you want to rename the output column names, you could use this option. And you could see for this configuration we are getting around this value. So if you look at the input, this is the spent, and at the aggregate level this is the total spent. Now if you look at the input data, you could see there are 90 records and we have a join date. And if you want to find the minimum join date and match join date, you could simply select the join date, add min, select the same column again, select match again. For this configuration, you will get result something like this. So this is the minimum date and this is the match date. Similarly, if you want to find the count, you could select customer ID and just count it. We will get 90 records. Then you could apply group by operation. So it will list distinct columns, distinct column values. So if you select city and group by, you will get the distinct city name. And on top of group by, you could apply arithmetical operation, most probably aggregate operation like count, min, match, sum, similar kind of operation you could apply. And these are the operation it supports. Now if you look at the finance, you could see there are a few more. Similarly, if you select numerical, you could see there are many functions. And for string, you could see there are few string aggregate operation you could use. Then we have spatial, report related options also there. So now if you look at this configuration, we are applying concatenate operation on top of string data. And the final output, you could see all the first name are concatenated using comma. So this is also very popular questions. If you have a string value and if you want to concatenate, you could use summarization tools, select the column, apply string concatenation. So if you look at the first name, add string, and you could see we have an option to concatenate. Now if you look at the cell value, you could see the data types. Similarly, all the columns are combined using comma and the values are differentiated. Similarly, we could perform basic math, spatial operation can be performed, but the output you can't see here. If you apply spatial object or grouping on top of spatial object, you need to use browse tool. Similarly, many other configurations are there. And it's very popular exam topic and you could expect many questions. So let's close this. And in next lecture, we will add a summarization tools and we will configure it. Now, if you look at the favorite, you could see many tools are already added to favorite. But if you look at the recommended, these are Alteryx recommended tools. Based on our historical preference, Alteryx recommended some of the tools. So you could find the recommended tools, favorite tools and other tools inside tool palette. That also you should remember. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's drag a summarization tools. So let's drag it. And you could see we will be able to use all this field. So these are the few So these are the few fields which we are inputting. Now if you execute, you will get error because we didn't selected any column for output. Let me select product category, add as a group by. Now if I execute, I will get distinct product category. So these are the distinct product category I am using inside my data. Now we have a tool called unique, which you could find under preparation, and by using these tools you could find distinct value. Similarly, you could use summarization tools also to find the distinct value. Now for each product category, I want to find out number of records. So I'm just adding product ID count. Let's execute again. Now you could see for each product category how many records are there that you could find here. Now inside these columns you could delete unwanted columns or you could reorder it. So you could select a column, reorder it. Similarly you could rename it. So let me call it as number of records. Let's execute it. Now you could see the column name is renamed number of records and we are getting product category in the reverse order. Now if you delete this column, so if you select this column and if you delete it, what will happen? You will get the number of record at the aggregate level without categorizing the category, without considering the category. So let's execute again. So we have total 37 records are there. So if you check the input, you could see we have 37 record and you could find the 37 record at the output also. But if you consider product category as a group by, you could find out how many records are there in each category. So in each category we have different number of records. Similarly, if you select a integer value, so it's a double and it's a numerical data, you could see when we have many operation, we could find sum. Similarly, we could find min and we could find maths also. Let's execute it. Now you could see for each product category how many records are there, sum of sales, minimum sales and math sales, and you could reorder it and it look much better. Now if you select a string value, this option will change. You can't use sum operation on a string value, but you could use count, count non-null, count distinct, non-null, count null. So let's use count null. And you could see there is one null values. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have a null value inside product name. But if I select product ID, what will happen? We will get more null values. So let me delete this one and let's select product ID count null. And you could see there are few more null values inside product ID. So this is how you could use different columns inside summarization tools. Now what kind of questions you should expect? You should expect questions like, if you select a string value, which kind of operation you could perform. So if it is a string value, you could perform any of these operations. You could count blank, count non-blank. You could perform concatenation, then longest, mode, shortest, similar kind of options you could perform. Similarly, you could perform count, not null, similar kind of options which we already saw. Now you could perform group by also. But if it is a numerical value, you could perform many operation and some numerical statistical related operation also you could perform. Now let's select a standard deviation and mode also. And let's execute it. So this is how you could use summarization tools and it's very popular topic, very popular exam topic. You could expect many questions from summarization tools. Now we already covered how to use summarization tools, and if you open the example, you could see a detailed description how to use summarization tools and what kind of configuration it supports. Now inside our demo also we saw how to use summarization tools. It's very simple. Just drag the summarization tools, connect it, select any of the column. Say you could select a column to group by, and you could select multiple column on top of group by, and you could execute it. And you could execute it without selecting aggregate operation. You could simply select group by, either single column or multiple column. Now you could select multiple column on aggregate also. Let's execute it. So you could see we are able to consider multiple column inside group by. Similarly, we are able to consider multiple column inside aggregate also. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn another one more tool from transform category, count record tool. So if you select these tools, you could see by using these tools, you could count records. We could use summarization tool to count records, but this tool also count, but it's just count. And if there is no record, it will give 0. So sometimes what happens, summarization tool can't find any record. So if there is no input, summarization tool can't produce any output. But count record tool will produce one record with the value 0. So you could open this example. So we are not going to use it. And once you select, you could see there is no configuration. It simply gives the count. You could see we are getting 90 records. It's producing 90 as a output because there are 90 records. So by using summarization tools, you could produce count, but count record tools also you could use to count number of records. And the main difference is summarization tools can't produce any records if there is no input. But count record tools can produce a single record with the value 0. So sometimes it will be useful. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn another very useful tools from transform category, running total. So once you select running total, you could see a short description saying that you could use this tool to calculate running total. So let's open this example. And if you execute, you could see how this tool is working. By using this tool, you could calculate running total. Running total means based on first record, it will calculate value spend. Say spend is something. And in next record, it will calculate this value plus this value and produce another running total. Then in the next record, it will calculate this record plus this one and it will produce the next running total. So based on the records, it will calculate the value and produce a new running total. And you could add group by and you could select the columns, which all the columns you want to find the running total. So let's close this one. Let's add a running total. Now let's connect the input. And we have an option to select group by. And you could select multiple columns inside group by. Let me select type. And let's try to run. And you will get an error saying that at least one field you should consider for finding running total. Let me select sales. So you could see all the columns plus one additional column. And you could see first type considers free. So there are 3 types. One is free, then online, then store. And the value for free is 0. So the running total also 0. And for online, we have one value 300. Then the next record is 320. So it will calculate 300 plus 320 and 620. Then it will calculate plus 360. 620 plus 360, 980. And it will go up to the last record. And once it receives the store. So we are grouping the data based on type, and the new value store is gained. And the value reset to new value, and 1200 is considered, and the running total is 1200. Then plus 400, that means 1600. So this is how the running total is working. And you could add multiple columns. So you could add multiple columns inside category, and once the category change, the running total also reset. Now you could see within the footwear, store is there. So within the footwear only we have store. Then electronics store is there. Digital store is there. And whenever the category change, the running total also reset to default value or the first value within the category. So you could see electronics, online, then digital, free, 0. So this is how the running total is working, and we could use this tool to calculate the running total. So that's all for this video. Thanks for it.
Hello, welcome back. Now let's focus on cross tab tool, and in this demo we are going to use a file called 2023 sales. Inside this file we have 53 records, but I am not going to use entire record. I am going to skip first few records. So we are going to use this file as an input, and let's see how we could configure it. Now I already configured our input data tool to read this data, and if you execute, you could see there are 53 records. So there are 53 records are there, but I don't want to use entire record. To restrict our data, you could use, to restrict your input data, you could use sample tools or select record tool. Let's open the example of sample tool. And if you select the tools, you could see we have many options. We could use first n record. You could select first 5 record, first 100 record, first 200 record. You could select and you could specify the n value. Similarly, you could select last n record. Or you could skip first 3 records or first 5 record, first 10 records. Similar kind of option is there. Or you could choose one for every n record. That means if you want to select one record out of 2, you could choose one n as 2. Similarly, there are 2 more options are there. Now if you execute, you could see it's very simple configuration. You could select specific records using these options. Similarly, you could choose select record tool also, and this tool also provides similar kind of functionality. And in these tools, you could specify range or exact row. If you want to specify exact record, or if you want to choose exact row, you could specify the number of rows or rows number. Or you could specify the range. So in this case, we are specifying exactly which row we want. But in this case, we are specifying the range. We need data from this range. Or you could specify any record after row 2000 or 5000. You could specify. Or you could specify multiple condition. I need first 87 record, then any record between this range, or specific record, or any record after a specific range. So you could specify all these conditions, and you could expect questions based on these two tools also. So let me drag a select record tool, and let's see how we could configure it. We could specify something like 3, and it will result in exactly third record. You could specify 3 to 53, and you could see now we are getting 51 record because it's include third record also. So let's choose 4. Now you could see we are getting 50 record. Similarly, you could choose select record tool, and you could specify 4+. So in both cases, we will get
50 record, or we are skipping first few record. Similarly, we could use sample tool. Now if you want to get first 50 record, you could specify 50 as value n. But we want to skip first few records, so let's choose for last 50 record, or we could even select skip first one record. It will skip first one record, but we need to skip first 3 record. Now we have few more options, but we just need any of this configuration to retrieve last 50 record. So we are skipping first few record and just retrieving last few records. Now let me go to transform category and let's select cross tab. And by using this tool, you could perform pivot. Hello, welcome back. Now let's focus on cross tab tool. Now let me go to transform category and let's select cross tab. And by using this tool, you could perform pivot. Let's open the example and let's execute this. Now you could see there are 91 input records are there, and the configuration of cross tab is listed here. We could select a group by, we could specify which header you want to use and which value, data value you want to use, and you need to select a aggregate, and it's a very important. You can't run without selecting aggregate. It's a mandatory. Now after running, you could see what value are we getting. We selected this column. Now if you look at the value of this column, we have president and vice president, and that value you could see inside our column header. And we selected concatenate and we specified comma and space. So you could see if there are multiple values are there, this separator comma space is used. Similarly, you could see for this configuration what value are we getting. So you could use multiple configurations using cross tab, and we will see how we could use it in the real life. Now this is another very important. You could transform the shape of your data using cross tab and transform. Now if you apply transform tool to perform some kind of transform operation, you are altering, and you could undo it, or you could change the data back to original using cross tab. So you could use cross tab to alter, and you could use transform to restructure it or get the original structure. So if you apply transform, you could use cross tab to alter the structure back to original. So you should remember all this concept. So let's go back and let's add a cross tab, and we could connect to any of the input because we are getting 50 in all this. Now if you execute, you will get error because we already, it's mentioned that you need to select a different column for header. You can't use same column for both. Now if you execute, you will still get error because there is a mandatory, we need to select a method of aggregation. If you didn't select, you will definitely get error. So these are very important configuration you should remember. Now let's start with the very basic configuration. Let's start with the group by product category. Now instead of selecting product category, I'm going to select sum, sales and sum. Now you could see this is the input. We selected product as header. Now if you look at the data, you could see all the product are listed here. Let's see what will happen if you select product category and let's execute it. Now you could see all the product category in the column header, and we selected product category in the group by. That's why here it is. Let's select multiple column, and you could see now we are getting the pivoted value. Product category, and the product category is listed here, and corresponding total sales also listed here. Let me deselect this. So these are the few very important configuration you should remember about cross tab, and by using this tool you could pivot the original data into table by moving vertical data onto horizontal axis, and you need to summarize a selected data. So the main important configuration you should remember, you should always aggregate data and you should select a different column for header and data value. And it's optional, grouping is optional. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In our last lecture, we discussed how to use cross-tab tools. By using this tool, you could pivot your data. You could convert vertical data into horizontal using this tool. Now, if you configure, you have to select a aggregate. Now, if you execute, you will always get error because you have to select different column. Let me select month. Let me select sales. Now if I execute, I will get error because I didn't select aggregate. I need to select at least one aggregate, but I am always able to select multiple aggregate operation. So you could see I could select multiple aggregation. Now let me deselect average and let's select product category. Now we could select multiple column inside our grouping that we discussed in last lecture. Now we know how to use cross tab. By using this data, you could convert your vertical data into horizontal. Let me open the example again. Now you could see we have vertical data. Now we convert it into horizontal. Let me open another tool, and this tool is called transpose tool, and it will perform opposite. It will take the horizontal data and convert into vertical. Now if you open the example, you could see we have horizontal data and we converted this data into vertical, and always you will get two special column called name and value. So sometimes people will ask you question like, which tool will always produce column called name and value? Transpose tool, NTV, name, transpose, value. Now the configuration of transpose tool is very simple. You just need to select a key column and you could select any other column for data. Now if you select a column for key, the same column will be removed from data column. So if you select category, it will be removed. So you could see you can't select both column for key and data column. Now let's go back and let me add a transpose tool. So this is the current output. Let me connect the output into transpose and let's execute it. Now in order to execute or use transpose tool, you have to use at least one column in the data. And this key column is optional. Now let me select all and let me select product category and year in the key column. Now you could see we are getting product category and year as a key and two other columns, name and value. And all the month, you could see we have April, August, all this month are a key value or a column value inside name column, and corresponding value you could see under value. Now all this column name are a data value and corresponding value you could find under value. Now you could add one more cross tab, select product category. Now let's select name, value, sum. You could see we are getting the same result. So in short, by using cross tab, you could convert your vertical data onto horizontal axis. So you could move vertical data onto horizontal axis using cross tab. Now in order to perform the opposite, you could use transpose, where you could convert horizontal data into vertical axis. So normally you could expect questions around these configurations and you could expect multiple questions. And finally, you will always get 2 columns from your transpose tool. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Assume you received one request and you have done some job and you created a workflow and everything is working fine. Now it's time to save the result and you want to save the result into a CSV file. Now in order to save the result, what you will do? You could use output data tools, and we saw how to use output data tool. It's very simple. Just drag it, connect it, just set up a connection and choose the location where you want to save and what file format you want to use. This time I'm going to use comma separated and let's specify one name. So I just selected comma separated and save it. Now we have few more options are there. We could choose delimiter and whether you want to save first row as header or not. We could choose this option. And there are few more options are there. Let's execute it. And we know how to configure output data tool. It's very simple. Now you could see 60 records were saved into our result.csv. But there are some situations you need to save this data into different files based on some value inside your data. Say for example, if you look at the data, you could see there are 60 records and we have product category and we have different product categories there. Similarly, different month names are there and we have year value 2023. There is only one value. Now if you select the summarization tools, I just selected product category group by and product category count, and you could see there are 12 records in each product category. So assume you have a requirement, you need to save each product category as a separate files. How will you configure? You could go to preparation, add a filter tool, and you could filter each category of product into different output, and you could save multiple output tools and you could save it. But output data tools offer a very accurate and very useful feature. Inside this output data tools, you could simply select a column and you could save it as a multiple files. And we have 4 options are there. Based on the column, you could save your data into different files, and we could choose add a column value as prefix or suffix. Suffix means at the end of the file name. Let's start with the suffix. And this is the location where we are going to save this data. Right now we have only one file, result.csv, and let's execute it. Now you could see we are getting 5 different files. All of them are CSV, but based on the product category, we are getting different files. Now if you open the Excel file or CSV file, you could see each file contain corresponding data from different category. We don't have any other records. Now if you want to make it more relevant column names or file names, you could use hyphen, and let's execute again. Now our file names look much better. So by selecting suffix, the field name will be added at the last. Now if you open the file, you could see we are still getting the product category inside our data as a column. Now if you don't want to add it, you could simply deselect this option. Now let's choose the prefix option, and if you select prefix, the value each product category will add before the result. So let's try. Now you could see these are the file names. Now let's rename it. And let's try again. And you could see the new file names. So this name look much better. Now assume you have a requirement. You don't need to save this file as a result. You just want to store different file with simply data from this product category. You could simply select the category change entire file name or table name. Let's execute it, and this time it's not going to include result. You could see we are getting individual file names. Now if you open, you can't see the category names, because we didn't selected this option. If you want to include product category as a column, you could use keep the data as a field. Now we have one more option is there, change entire file name. Now we saved this workflow inside Alteryx Core Certification Module 6 Output Demo 15. Now if you execute, you could see the files will be saved in the same location. Now I just want to add one more options, or let's discuss one more option. What will happen if you didn't specify any file names? What will happen if you didn't specify any folder location, just file names? In that case also it will store in the same location, but let me disable this option and try again. All the data are saved to the same location output. You could see. So if you didn't specify the exact file location and you just specify the file names, the file will be saved inside the same directory where you saved your workflow. So if you summarize, if you didn't specify the file path, it will be saved inside the same location where you save your workflow. Now if you want to save your data with the different file based on a product column, based on a column inside your data, you could use this option, and we have 4 options. You could use append to suffix or prefix, change file name, or enter path. Now if you want to skip the column inside your data, you could use this option. Now I want to add one more important options. You could disable this output. You could disable this output and it's not going to save the data into your files. So if you want to temporarily disable writing data to a file, you could use this option. Now if you use a browse tool also, you could see we have an option to disable browse tool. To find the option, you just select the canvas area, go to runtime, disable all browse tool. Now you can't see the output also. Similarly, you could use disable all tool that write data to a output file. So you could individually disable a tool. So you could individually disable a tool, or you could disable all the tools using this option. Similarly, you could disable all browse tool using this option, which you could find under Canvas Area Configuration Runtime tab. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hi all, welcome back. Now let's talk about some other very useful documentation tools. So we are going to discuss about how we could create a documentation, something similar to this. For that, we need to use a documentation tools, and if you are unable to find the documentation tool inside our tool palette, simply go to the add remove tool palette, then click on documentation, and once you click OK, you could see one new category is added. So we are going to create similar document part inside our workflow. So I'm going to create a new workflow, and first I'm going to talk about comment tools. So if you point to comment tool, you could see add annotation or image to the workflow canvas to capture notes or explain a process later. So by using this tool, we could give some comment or hint to someone else, say that this workflow is designed for this and this, and we could add some image to make more attractive or more useful. So I'm going to drag a comment tool. So I'm going to drag a comment tool, and here you could give a small text description. Say I'm going to give a small text description. So once you enter test description, you could see once you point to the tool, you could see the mouse is changing, and once you click, you could change the size of tool. You could change the size of comment tools. So if you want to change, you could use mouse to alter the size. And if you want to change the shape, say you want to change the shape into ellipse, you have an option. So comment tool support changing the shape. So I don't want ellipse, I want rectangle only. Similarly, if you want to change the font, say you want to make it more bold and you want to change the size to some 25, you have an option to do that. Now you could see the size also changed. Similarly, you have some other options. Say you want to change the text color, you have an option. Say I want to make it red, and background color I want to make some gray. Say I want to make a gray background. Now you could see we altered the font and background and text color. Now if you want to align, say where you want to align the text. So I want to align the text left, then the text will be aligned at left, or if you want to align the text at central, there is an option. So comment tool provide all these options. Now I want to add one more comment tool in order to give a test image or image. So for that I am going to use background image and browse the image by using this browse button. So once you click, you could go to any folder, and from there you select the image, and that image will be added into the canvas. You could change the size, and you could position the tools wherever you want. That's it. So if you select the tool and if you see browse, you could see this tool only support 4 image type. It will support PNG, GIF, BMP and JPEG. It won't support any video format or any AVI or MP4 files. It will only support some image files, and it's for only showing images inside our canvas. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hi all, welcome back. In previous video we discussed about comment tool. Now let's talk about very important tool called tool container. In the exam we could expect few questions regarding comment tool and tool container. So make sure that you watch both the videos. So once you point to tool container, you could see a small description. So this will organize tools into single box which can be collapsed or disabled. So let's open the example and see what does it mean. So once you click open example, you could see a small workflow that will explain how this tool is working. So make sure that you run this workflow and understand how this is working. So this is the tool container. So inside the tool container you could place one or more tools and you could collapse. So that means you could save a lot of space. So if you have a very large workflow, you could add tool container and you could collapse and expand whenever it required. Also it provides an option to disable workflow. So if you disable a tool container, all the tool inside the container won't be executed. So if you disable, this part won't be executed. So if you run, it will skip this part. And in order to enable, simply click on the enable tool container. So this is very useful if you are working with the development environment. Now let's close this one and see how we could use it. So assume we have small workflow which accepts some input, say 4 records accepting sales of UK and US, and that there is a small select condition
which will convert sales and revenue into integer, and we are performing some aggregation. Say on country level we are calculating sales and revenue sum, and we are storing the result in a CSV called sales data, which is located inside a CSV folder. Also we have a filter condition based on country value. If the country value is UK, the data will go to one bucket or one browse button, and another one, or if it is a US, it will go to another bucket. So once you execute, you could see, so if you select, you could see at individual level what's happening. Now I'm going to add a tool container. So I'm going to add a tool container and I'm going to drag it. Now in order to add tools, you could select tools. Say if you want to add this portion, you could select that and you could add into the tool container. So I'm not going to add output box. I want to add this portion into the tool container. So I'm going to select this portion, and once you drag, you could see our tool container is adjusted. Say the size of the tool container adjusted in order to accommodate all the tools, and we have an option. Now we have an option to collapse. Now if you click collapse, this portion is collapsed, and if you execute, those portion still will get executed. You could see this portion is still get executed, but once you disable, now if you execute, that part will be skipped. This won't be get executed. So this is the main use of tool container. And if you want to delete the tool container, and if you select the tool container and if you delete, all the tools will be deleted within the tool container. But if you want to delete tool container without deleting the tools, just right click and delete container only. So once you click delete container only, the container will get deleted, but the tool will be still available. And this is very popular interview questions. So if you want to delete container and all the tools, you could simply select the tool or simply select and delete it. And if you want to delete the container only, select the container and delete container only. Now you could see we deleted only the tool container, and all the tools are still available. Similarly, if you go to the previous example, say we have comment tool is there. So we added comment tool and we added many information, and this is taking lot of space. So if you want to hide it and want to show only when it is necessary, you could simply add a tool container here, and you could see, say if you added tool container, this is very small tool, but once you select all this, say we selected both these tools, and if you drag into tool container, our tool container is expanded in order to accommodate all this. And now we have an option. Now we could simply collapse. Now it will take only very less space. So, and we could drag it wherever we want, and if you want to disable, you could disable, but there is no need to disable this part because it's only contain comment tool, and comment tool won't accept any input from any other Alteryx tools. So this is it's contain only static data. The data won't change at runtime. So this contain only static data and the data won't change at runtime. So we don't need to disable it. So we could add comment tool into the container so that it will save a lot of space. So this is very useful if you are working with large project, and make sure that how these two tools are working. It's very important while doing the documentation part. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hi all, welcome back. In our last video, we saw how to add tools into container. So in order to add tools into the container, go to the container or tool container, drag it tool container, then select the tool and just drag into the tool container. So this is one way of adding tools into the tool container. There is similarly, if you want to add some other tool into a container, just right click and we have an option add
tool to the new container. So we could select the tools and add the right click, and we could create a new tool container and we could add it. And similarly, we could drag the tools and we could add into the tool container. That's also possible. And if you want to remove one tool from the tool container, you could simply select the tool and just drag out of the tool container. So by using dragging, we could add tools into the container. Also, we could select and then right click and add it into the tool container. Similarly, if you want to delete the tools or tool container without deleting the tools, just right click and select delete tool container only. Also, we have some other options. Say if you want to rename the tool container name, say this is for saving output, you could rename it here. And there is an option to change the text color, font color, and other options also there. And if you want to disable, you could either click here, or you have an option to disable the tool container by clicking or by enabling here also. So these are the two ways you could disable or enable. So you could either use both of them or either of them. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back. In this module, we learned some of the very basic configurations about Alteryx. We saw how to use input data tools to bring data from external files, how to use browse tool to process our data, or to analyze our data using profile information. Then we saw how to apply restrictions using filter tool, then how to restrict our data using select tools. Now let's learn another important part. We could make our connection wireless. So right now we have few connections, and if you are building a very large application and if there are many connections are there, your workflow does not look neat and clean. And to make the workflow more neat and clean, you could change the connection to wireless. So once you select any of the connections, you could see we have an option to make the connection wireless, or even we could delete the connections if you don't want to connect. So let's select this option, make connection wireless. Now you could see there is no change, but once we select the canvas area, you could see a Wi-Fi signal showing that these two tools are connected wirelessly. So you could make multiple connection wireless. So you could simply select the connection and select wireless, and it will look more neat and clean. And you should remember, making a connection wireless does not improve any performance. The workflow will look more neat and clean, but there is no improvement. In order to improve your workflow performance, you should optimize it, and there are few techniques that we will discuss later. Now if you want to change the connection wired, you could simply select the tools, then right click, and you could see we have an option to make incoming connection wired. So let's make this connection also wireless. Now if you select, you could see make incoming connection wired, make outgoing connection wireless, make outgoing connection wired. So you could use all these options depending upon your requirement. Similarly, if you select a tools, right now we are in the configuration window, but if you select navigation, you could see there are three connections. One connection is pointing to input data tools, and two other connection is pointing to select tools. And you could simply select or double click any of the tool, and the control will go to that tool. So now we are in this tool. So if you go to configuration, you could see we are selected this tool. Similarly, if you want to go back, you could simply go to navigation and double click the filter or incoming, and there is an option to make the connection wired or wireless.
So you could use all these options depending upon your requirement. So I just want to summarize. Making a connection wireless does not improve performance. It will improve the neatness. Your workflow will look more neat and clean, but there is no performance improvement. And you could use navigation option to make the connection wireless, or you could right click and make the connection wireless or wired. So let's summarize what we learned from this module. We learned how to use filter tool to apply restrictions. We learned how to use input data tool to bring data from a file. We learned how to use browse tool to analyze our data. Also, we saw how to use select tools to restrict fields. So these are few important and very basic configuration that supported by Alteryx. And we could expect many questions from these basic configurations. So you should be very clear about all these configurations. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back. Assume you are sitting in an interview room and the interviewer asks you one simple question. Tell me a few file types in Alteryx and what is the use of that file type. In such situation, you could answer yxmd. This is Alteryx workflow. So if you create a workflow inside Alteryx, you will be saving the workflow as .yxmd. Similarly, if you want to save multiple workflow as a group, you could use workflow group or yxwg. These are two very important file types. Similarly, we have macros. You could save macros using yxmc and analytical app as yxwz. And we have a dedicated course to explain analytical app. Then we have a file type called yxzp, packaged workflow and packaged tool. .yxi. All these are very, very important file types. And if you want to save some data, you could use yxdb. .yxdb is a Alteryx database, and this is also very popular exam topic. Now, if you look at the special files, yxft is a very important file type. You could save the field configuration as yxft, and you could use the field configuration in different select tools using yxft. Then you should remember this also. .bak, backup copy of workflow. So these are very important file types. You should remember it. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. And during the interview, you could expect few questions regarding datetime functions. So you could see we have many datetime functions are there. So firstly, it's very important. Alteryx use the format YY, that means month, date, hour, minute, second. So this is the format Alteryx use. Now datetime add function is there. This will help you to add a specific interval to datetime value. Similarly, we have datetime date, dt, that will return the numerical value for the day of the month in the datetime value. Similarly, datetime diff is there, which is also very important. It will subtract the second argument from the first argument. So something like this, and return difference as an integer value. Then this is also very important. Datetime first of month, that will return the first day of the month at the midnight. And there are few more are there. So date diff, date add, all these are very important. Then we have datetime last of month, datetime hour, and many other are there. So if you want to use datetime related operation in your workflow, you could go through this URL and you could understand more about datetime functions. And datetime add is very important, and datetime diff also very important. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Assume you are sitting in an interview room and the interviewer asks you one simple question. What is meant by annotation inside Alteryx? How will you answer it? Or did you ever use annotation? So annotation is a way of documenting your workflow. Inside your Alteryx tools, you could see a short description about your tools. So you could see
there is a short description, and there are many tools showing this short description. And this is automatically configured, but you could customize it. You could simply select a tool, go to annotation. Inside config, you could see a annotation option. Now you could specify what value you want to apply for annotation. So the main concept is annotation is a way of documenting your workflow. You could specify a short description about your tools, what kind of functionality it will provide, or why you are using it. So let me specify some simple test about our test input tool. Now we specified small description about this tool. Now if I click somewhere in the canvas area, that will be reflected. Similarly, you could make some more configuration. Right now it is showing at the bottom, but you could make it at the top. Also, you could enable always or disable it, or use canvas settings. Now in order to update canvas settings, just select the canvas, and you could see, just select the canvas area, and let's go to canvas and choose annotation. You want to hide it, or you want to show with the tool name. So you could see it's showing annotation as well as tool name. Now you could configure tool name also. You could specify a new name for this tool. Also you could select or hide it. Now if you select hide, still you will be able to enable it. Select individual tool, go to annotation, and instead of canvas settings, choose always. And you could see we just enabled annotation for this tool, and it's disabled for rest of the tools. So by using annotation, you could document your workflow. Now there is one more tool called comment tool that also help you to document. You could find the document tools inside documentation, and you could drag it. This tool help you to type a small description, choose the shape, and you could change the font, text color, similarly background color. You could also change the text alignment, and you could add a background image also. So you could use annotation as well as comment tool to document your workflow. There are few more tools to document that we will explain later. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. So far we discussed many configurations and tools inside Alteryx. There are many tools, and we discussed many configuration about all these tools. But we never discussed why we need to use community inside Alteryx. So there is a website community.alteryx that provide help and support. There you could find other developer. So you could participate in discussion regarding different tools of Alteryx. So if you have any question, you could ask the question, and the community members will try to help you. So you could meet other developers, as well as if you want to fix some issues regarding your workflow, you could share with them. Now, how will you create an account, or how will you open this community account? It's very simple. You could open the URL and you could create it. Similarly, if you are using Alteryx, inside Alteryx, if you go to help, you could see there is an option community that will also open the community page. Similarly, if you are working with some tools, say for example input data tools, you could search and you could drag the tool from the tool palette or from the search, which we already discussed. You could find the help section of input data tools, and there is a community links. So if someone already asked any questions about these tools, that will be listed here. And if you have any other question, ask the community a question. Ask the community a question. And it will open Alteryx community. So it's very, very useful environment or group, and you should use this. You should utilize this if you are working with the Alteryx. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's understand data types and how you could use data types. So if you have a test input tools, you could enter your data manually. We discussed this many times. You could enter any value by typing manually, or you could import data also. You could import 10,000 cell using file import, and you could enter any data manually. Now if you want to load data from a Excel file or a CSV file or a database, you could use test input tool. We are loading data from a Excel file. Similarly, we are loading some data from a CSV file. Let's execute it. And you could see we are able to read data from all these files or from test input tool. Now if you look at the test input tool and if you select metadata, you could see we are getting the proper data types. Depending upon the data, we are getting the data types. Similarly, if you look at the Excel file and if you look at the metadata, you could see we are able to recognize the proper data types. So Alteryx is able to recognize the proper data types. But if you look at the CSV file, even though this value is numerical, Alteryx will assign data types as string. Now if you want to convert this into int, you should use select tool, and you could change the data type to int. Now by using select tools, you could assign a description also. Now if you execute, you could see the data type is changed to int, and the description also you could see here. Also this will include, or metadata will list source, size, name, type and description. Now if you want to see the data types, you don't need to go to metadata. Instead you could simply select the data, click on the cell viewer. So you could select any of the cell and it will show the data type. Now if you select the columns, it will show the entire metadata like column names, type, size, source and description. So if you select year, you could see the description as well. Now let me close this cell viewer and let's select the test input tools. Inside your result window, you could see the data as well as some quality details. Now you could see there are 16% not okay. That means one of the record is not okay. Now what is the issue? We have a space at the end. We have some space at the end. Similarly, we have empty value 16. That means one of the string is empty. One of the cell contained empty string. Now you could see 66% is okay. There is no issue with the 66% of data. Now if you have any null value, it will show yellow color. And if there is issue, it will show in red color, and empty it will show as a gray color. Now if you want to analyze your data, you could use browse tool, and if you execute, it will show profile details. Your profile detail can be analyzed using browse tool. And by default, Alteryx output tool will show first 1 MB of record. If you want to see more details, you have to use browse tool, or you need to update the configuration. Now if you want to add a browse tool, you could simply drag it from tool palette or simply select the tool, select insert after, and you could select browse from input output category, or even you could use shortcut Ctrl Shift P. So these are few important concepts you should remember. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now we know how to use many tools inside Alteryx, and one of the very popular tool is transpose tool. So we could expect many questions about transpose tool, and you should know how to configure it. So let's open the example, and if you execute, you could see it's very simple configuration. You just need to select some key column and you just need to select some data column. If you select a key column, we can't use it as a data column. Say for example, if I select April, it will be removed from data column. Now let's go back to our workflow. And we have a very simple data. We have 4 product category and sales from 3 months, January, February and March. Let me use transpose tool, and I didn't select any key column or data column. If I execute, I will get error. I need to select at least one field, and that should be a data column. If I select a product category and if I execute, I will get error. Now if I select a key column, it will be deselected from data column. Now you could see we are getting some records. So how many records we input? There are 4 key value and 3 month sales. Sales value from 3 month data. Now it's 4 into 3, 12 record you could find under output. Now if you deselect some of the value, say for example, if you deselect February and if you execute, you will get 8 record because we selected 4 into 2. Now if you deselect one more month, you will get only 4 record. So let me deselect March. So how many key value you select and how many value you select from column, that multiplication you will get. Now if you select few more months like April, May, and if you select all, now if you execute, you will get 20 record because we selected data from 5 months and 4 key value already there. And you could see the order also. We are getting category 1, another category, and last a different category. Now this is the input order. Similarly, we are getting January, February, March and April data for each category. Now before wind up, I just want to select one more option. So if I select all the key column without selecting data, you could see we are not getting any result. Similarly, what will happen if you deselect all and select all the column as a data? You will get 2 columns, name and value. Now if you select one column, you will get that column. If you select 2 column, you will get 4 column. If you select 3 column, you will get 5 columns. If you select 3 column in the key, you will get 5 column. But if you didn't select any column, you will get always 2 column, name and value. Similarly, if you didn't select any data column as well as key column, you will get error. At least one field must be selected. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's see some more configuration regarding cross-tab tool. So by using this tool, you could pivot your data. So let's open the example. And you could see you could pivot your data. Now if you use transpose tool, you could alter the structure of your data. And if you want to undo, if you want to get the old shape, you could use the cross tab. So cross tab can alter the structure and transpose tool can get the structure back. Similarly, transpose tool can alter the structure and cross tab tool will help you to get the original structure. So this was the original. We made some changes to our structure, and by using this tool, we got the original structure. So you should remember all this. Let's go back and let's add a cross tab. Now there is a very basic configuration you need to do. You need to select a header column and you need to select a different column for data. And the mandatory is you need to select a aggregate. If you didn't select, you will get error. We discussed this 1000 times. So let's select one and let's execute again. Now we are getting many values, but let me change to product category. And let's select sales and sum. Now you could see we are getting 5 columns. That's the important part, because there was 5 distinct value inside our input data. So there are many product category, but if you look at the distinct values, there are 5 values, and you could see all the 5 value as a column. We didn't select any group by. Now if I select product as a group by, you will get 6 column. You could see now we are getting 6 column. But what will happen if you select product category? You will get 7 column. And if you select one more column, you will get 8. So the idea is very simple. If you select a header, all the distinct value will come under column names. So if there are 5 values, all the 5 value you could find under column names. And all additional columns you select inside group by, that also will list under column names. So if someone asks you a question like how many columns you could expect inside cross tab, you could easily answer it depends upon the number of distinct value inside header, as well as or plus you need to consider group by columns. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn few more important concepts regarding transform tool. So if you look at the data, you could see we have some product details and we have some sales value, and we converted this value into integer because we are reading this data from a CSV file. So Alteryx will not able to recognize the data types, and hence we used select tool and we converted data. Now let me add a summarization tools and let's see what kind of option we could perform if you have a numerical data. If you execute, you will get error because we need to select at least one data. Either we need to select a aggregate function or we need to select a key column. Let's start with the key column by and execute it. And this will list all the unique value from the product category. So you could use summarization tool to find unique value. Now let me find the count of record and let's add a count. And you could see for each category we are getting 12 record. Similarly, you could select a string value and you could see we could perform any of the string related operation that include first and last also. But let me select sales. Now I want to find the min sales, match sales and sum of sales. So let me select. So we selected 3 operation. So you could see we are getting minimum sales, maximum sales and total sales. And if you want to rename, you could use this option to rename. But I'm going to add few more numerical operation and you could even select first and last. Also you could find few more inside numerical, average, numerical, median, standard deviation and many other numerical operations are there. So by using summarization tools, you could perform numerical operation on many columns. Now if you want to rename it, you could use this one, and if you want to delete it, you could use this option, and if you want to reorder, you could use this arrow. Now if you delete this group by, what will happen? You will get total values. It can be either total number of records or total sales or average sales, everything without any group. So you will get a single record with all this value. But you could add the group by either at the beginning or at the middle or at the last also. Now let me add a cross tab. That is also very important tool. Now if I execute, I will get error because I need to select at least one data column. So let me select value, sum, and execute it. Now I could select multiple columns, but I'm going to select name. Now in this case, you can't use string operation, you can't use numerical operation, but you could select first and last. Now let me add a product category and let's select product category as a column. Now you could see we are getting first accessory and last accessory. Now you could see we are getting first and last values. Now if you look at the input, you could see for each category we are getting the first value as April and last value as September. So if you look at the output, you could see for each category we are getting April as the first value and September as the last value. Now if you select only first, you will get only first value, and if you select only last, you will get only last value. So the last value will be September for each category. So this is how you could use summarization tools and cross tab tools, and you could find these tools inside transform category. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn another very useful tool. Inside parse, you could find a tool called date type. By using this tool, you could perform some data transformation. By using this tool, you could convert a string into date, as well as you could convert a date into string. Let me open the example and let's select the tools. And you have two options: convert datetime format to string or string to datetime format. Now inside Alteryx, datetime means this is the format YY. So if you look at the data, you could see we have YY. And if you look at the metadata, you could see it's a date. Now we want to convert this data to a string. So we selected join date as a specific field and we specified new column. Also we need to specify what is the format we want. We want month, date and year. So it's a string. Similarly, you could create custom formatted string. So far we selected one of the existing format. But if you want to select a specific format, you could select custom and you could specify the format for your string. So based on the format we specified, you could see the string. Similarly, you could convert a string to date, and the Alteryx date format is already defined or already specified. So we just need to specify input string format. So in this case, you could see we are just using the DOB, which is a string, and we are just deriving a new column called DOB new, which is date, and it's following the standard date format. And we just need to specify our incoming date format. It's a string value, but we just need to specify the format of date. Similarly, you could specify custom formatted string to date. So if you have a string value and it does not satisfy any of the given format, you could specify custom and you could specify what format your string, and your new date will satisfy date format. Similarly, you could convert date and time to string. So this is the date format, and if there is time, you need to follow this format.
And if you want to create a new string column, you could specify what format you want to be, what format you want to use. So I'm going to create a new column, and the format I specified, and it's based on the existing date time column. Similarly, you could specify custom format also. Similarly, if you have a string value and if you want to convert to time, you could use datetime tool. So we already have a time value, and by using select tool we are converting into string, and by using datetime tool we are just demonstrating it's possible. So this is how you could use Alteryx datetime tool to convert a date to string or a string to date, and you could expect at least 2 questions from this topic. And mainly you should remember the format of Alteryx date and time. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Let's understand how we could use filter tool with a complex condition or multiple filter tools. So inside filter tool, you could see a short description. By using this tool, you could filter your data. You could split your data into true bucket or false bucket based on a condition. Let me drag a filter tool. And if you look at the data, you could see we have many columns which contain value as null. I want to filter value null into true bucket and those record that does not satisfy into false bucket. So let's select value, then is null. If I execute, all the values that is null will be in the true bucket and the remaining will be in the false bucket. If I select is not null, all the not null will be in the true bucket and the remaining will be in the false bucket. But I want to use is null. Now I want to apply one more condition on top of this. So I want to filter all the values that is null or all the record that have furniture in the product category. So one of the furniture we have value as null, but remaining furniture we have values. But I want to filter all the record where the product category is either furniture or value is null. So let me add one more filter condition, and I need to add this filter condition to the true bucket, to the false bucket. So inside false bucket I could find all the furniture related data. Now let me apply this condition. If the value is furniture, I need to filter those records. So let's go to the condition, and we don't need to enter single quote or double quote here. It will result in error or it is not going to filter out. So you should not add filter single quote or double quote here. Let's execute again, and you could see there are 11 records that satisfy this condition, and there are 12 records that satisfy this condition, but one of the record is furniture. Now I want to combine these two datasets. How we could combine? To combine these two datasets, we could use union tool because we have identical data, product category and values. All these are identical data. So let's add a union tool and let's combine both true bucket. And we could combine either by position or name. I'm going to use name, and you could see we are getting 23 record in the true bucket, and there are 37 record that does not satisfy first condition as well as second condition. Now in order to use the same expression, we could use a single formula tools. We could use a single filter tool. So let's see how we could apply single filter tool. First let's start from the basic. Let's select value is null, and we should expect 12 records. Let me add one more filter tool. This time let's filter the data based on product category equal to furniture, and we should get 12 record. But one of the record listed here have the value product category value furniture, and the same you could find here also. So we have value null as well as product category furniture. Now if I combine these two datasets, I will get 23 record instead of 24 because one record is commonly available in both datasets. Now we could use the same expression. Let's copy this and let's select custom, and you could see the corresponding expression. Now in order to combine these two datasets, we could use OR condition. We need to satisfy either one of the condition. That's why we are using OR condition. If you want to filter or if you want to satisfy both conditions, you should use AND operator, but we want to filter those record either null or either furniture. And if both values satisfy, that's fine. Now if you execute, you will get 23 record in the true bucket and 37 record in the false bucket. So either you could use multiple filter tool and you could combine the data using union tool, or you could use a single tool and you could apply multiple condition using operator like OR and similar kind of operator you could use. And if you apply is null, those record that is null will be listed, and if you want to apply not is null, there is an option. So you could see is not null, is empty, and is not empty. Similar kind of options are there. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back. In our last lecture, we saw how to use formula tools and filter tool. Inside filter tool, we applied OR condition and we saw how the OR is working. We should learn how to use AND condition also. So assume you have a scenario where you want to filter all the record where we have value is null and product category is furniture. You could simply change this to AND and you will get only one record. So there is only one record that satisfies this condition. Now the same you can achieve using two filter tool. So if you look at this filter tool, we are just filtering is null value. Let me add one more filter condition, and this time we need to add it to true condition because our condition should satisfy is null value as well as the product category should be furniture. Now inside this true bucket, you could see one record is satisfied. The first true condition is satisfied by 12 record, but the second one is satisfied by only one record. Similarly, you could add a filter tool to this one also. So this is the first condition, product category equal to furniture, and there is 12 records satisfy that condition. Let me add the second condition, null is null. And you could see, as we expected, one record is satisfying this condition. So either you could apply is null value, then you could apply product category is equal to furniture, or you could apply product category equal to furniture, then is null value. Or you could use a single filter tool and you could specify both condition using and both record. And all the record that satisfy first condition and the second condition will be listed in the true bucket, and you could see there is only one record that satisfies this condition, and all the 59 record that does not satisfy will go to false bucket. But in this case, if you look at the false bucket, you could see 11 record and the remaining 48 record you could find at here. Similarly, you could find 48 record at here and 11 record at here. Now if you union these two, and you will get 59 record here also. So this is how filter tool is working. So you could use single filter tool with the custom filter option to filter data on multiple column, and if you don't want to apply custom filter, you could add multiple filter tool and you could configure basic filter. Both will work fine. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. You could use formula tool to derive new column, and you could use formula tool to derive a new column from existing columns or from a static values. Let me derive some new columns, and I am going to use our entire data. There are 16 record, and if you look at the input data, you could see we have value 1 and value 2, and both data are numerical. So if you look at the data types, you could see both are numerical data. Let me go to formula tools and let's add a new column called A, and I'm going to add value 1 plus value 2. Now if I execute, I should get a new column called A, and it's a sum of value 1 and value 2. Let me add few more columns. So the point is, to add two values you could use plus operator. To subtract two values you could use minus operator. To multiply two values you could use star operator. And to divide you could use forward slash. And to find the mode you should not use mode operator. If you try to find the mode operator or use mode operator, it will result in error. Instead you should use a function. I think I already discussed this topic inside our formula tools, but I just want to highlight it again because it's very important. And you could find the mode function inside math category. Let's select value 1 and value 2. Now if I execute, I should be able to find all the required values. We are calculating sum, minus, multiplication, division and mode. And only one record is giving the mode value 1 and all other are giving 0 mode, because our data does not making any remainder. So the concept is very simple. To perform arithmetical operation, you could simply use all the normal arithmetical operator except for mode. For mode, you should use mode function. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Let's understand few more important concepts regarding formula tools. So we already used formula tools. Let me use a formula tool to derive a new column. So if you look at the data, we have two columns and both are integer data types. You could see both are integer data types. Let me derive a new column. And let's select field 1 minus field 2. Now if you execute, you could see a new column sub, which is a string, because we selected string as a data type. So even if it is a numerical data, you could assign string data types. That's fine. Now let me add one more formula tool. And this time I'm going to derive one more derived column, sub2, which is going to use field 1 minus sub. And if you execute, you will get error, because if you are going to perform an arithmetical operation, both data should be integer data. And you could perform concatenation operation using plus symbol if it is a string. But if it is a minus or multiplication, you have to use integer value. Now how we could fix it? Either we should use a integer data types, or we should drag a select tool and change the data types. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have some values. But if you add a dollar symbol, now you are getting error, because inside test input tools, if you add this kind of symbol, it will be considered as a string. In such situation, you have to add a select tool, convert the data types into an integer, then perform the operation. Now you could see we are getting a warning saying that $10 is not an integer. So you could see 10 is not considered and it's skipped. Now if you look at this data types, the second one, we are still using string data types. And if you look at the output, you could see the output is string. So while performing arithmetical operation, you should use integer data types. And if there is any symbol like dollar, it will be considered as a string. You should remove it, or you should use a select tool
to avoid that kind of data. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. In our last lecture, we saw how to use formula tools and we derived some data. So if you remember, we used one dollar symbol, and by using select tools, once we converted the data to numerical, it became null. But there are some situations you want to use that numerical part of that value. That means you want to use 10 without considering dollar symbol. To remove dollar symbol, you could use data cleansing tool that will help you to clean your data. So let me drag a data cleansing tool and let's see the configurations. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have a entire column null. Similarly, entire row is null. Let me configure remove null rows. If you select and execute, it will remove one entire null rows. What will happen if you select remove null columns? You could see entire column is removed. Now I want to fix, or I want to remove this dollar symbol, and this is coming from field 1. And if you look at the test input tools, you could rename this. You could rename it using config window, but let me fix it. Now we want to remove this dollar symbol, and we could use data cleansing tool, and we need to select field 1, and let's deselect all this option, and let's select punctuation, and you could see dollar is removed. Now we have two null values, and if you look at the data, you could see one is string and another one is integer. So first I am going to convert the data to integer. So before converting, what will happen? Before converting, if you try to replace null, it will become blank. So if it is a string value and if you try to replace null, it will become blank. And if it is a numerical value and if you try to replace, it will become 0. So first I am going to select numerical data. Then let's add a data cleansing tool and select both field, and let's see what will happen. Now you could see both null become 0. Now you could do one thing. You could delete this connection, connect it, and if you execute, you could see we are getting result, or we are considering 10 also. So this is how you could use data cleansing tool to clean your data. And you could see all these configuration are very important. You could expect questions based on any of these configurations. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's focus our journey towards sort tool. You could find the sort tool inside preparation category, and it's very simple tool. It helps you to sort your data based on the field. So we have some data. We have some numerical data, and the data is, it starts from 0 up to 41. And if you look at the metadata, you could see we have a integer data. It's a integer data, and I am going to add a sort tool. I am going to sort this data based on an ascending order, and let me select a use dictionary order. Similarly, I am selecting another sort tool without selecting use dictionary order. Both are sorting our data in ascending order. So let's execute it, and let's select the data. You could see our data is sorted in the ascending order. That means in the increasing order. The data is starting from 0 and it's increasing up to 41. Now if you look at the sort without use dictionary order, we are getting the same result. That means if you sort your integer data, it doesn't matter you use dictionary order or you didn't use dictionary order. Now let me add a select tool and let me convert the data type to string. Now if you look at the data types, you could see it's a string because we just converted. Now I'm going to add a sort tool, and this time we are going to sort our string data. Even though it's a number, it's a string data type. I'm going to use dictionary order, and in the second one I'm going to deselect use dictionary order. If you select use dictionary order, you could see exactly the data is sorted according to the dictionary order. That means how we use this number in real life. But if you didn't select use dictionary order, the number will sort
based on the position, string position. So first it will list number starting with 0, then those number that is starting with 1, 1 0, 1 2, 1 1 1, 1 3, 1 4. Similarly, any number that is starting with 1. So it start with 0 and any number that is starting with 0 will list. Then it will list all the number that is starting with 1. Then it will list all the number that is starting with 2. Up to 200. If there is a value 200, it will list before 3. Then we have 3, 30, similar value will be there, and up to 39. And if there is 300 related values, that also will listed here. Then we have 4, 40, similarly it will list. So if the data is a string, then only use dictionary order will come to effect. Now let's see another set of data. We have some alphabets. We have some capital letter, then small letter. And all these are string value. Let me sort this data using dictionary order. And you could see A. Then anything starting with a B. Then anything starting with a C, D. Use dictionary order means how we use in the real life, irrespective of whether it is a uppercase or lowercase. But if you didn't select dictionary order, what will happen? It will list all the words that is starting with A, capital B, capital C, irrespective of whether it is a or B. So it will list all the capital letters and we will get A, B, C from capital. Then we will get A, B, C lowercase letter. Now if you choose descending order, you could see we are getting capital G, F, E, and as we selected use dictionary order, you could see E, small e, D, small d, C, small c. But in this case, you could see all the lowercase, then all the capital letter. So this is how use dictionary order is working, and it's a very simple and very useful option, and you should expect at least 2 questions from sort tool. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now let's see how the join tool is working and some configuration that you should remember. We could use join tool to combine data. Normally we will combine different set of data. Difference means you will be using some customer related details and order related details, and you will be combine these 2 data set using a key column. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have a test file, and this test file uses a delimiter called tab. We have another test file which is CSV file, and it uses comma as a delimiter. Now you could see the preview of data. Now I want to join these 2 data sets, but if you look at the data, you could see there are some record which is duplicate. That means this record, this is both data set contain Rahul multiple times. So you could see we have multiple values. Similarly, this value is available in one of the data set, and this value is only available in another data set. I'm going to join these 2 data sets using join tool, and we are going to use join record by field name. Let's connect these 2 data sets using name. So if you look at the input data, you could see we have name, city and contact number, and in the second file we have name, department and salary. Let me execute, and if you look at the data, you could see one of the record is only available in the first data set. So this record is not available in the right input, and this record Neha is not available in the left input. So you could find that record in the R output. Now the important point is, if you have a duplicate record inside your data, that means Rahul is repeating. In both data set we have Rahul. This data will join properly. Now if you look at the data, you could see this first Rahul is joining with the 2 other record from right input. Similarly, second Rahul or second record from the first data set is joining with the 2 other data available in the right input. So you could see this is the right input and this is the left input. And you should remember how the join will work if you have a duplicate record.
It's very tricky and you could expect this in interview also. Someone asked me these questions during an interview and how the join will work if you have duplicate record. So you should remember it, very important. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back. Now let's focus our journey towards unique tool. By using unique tool, you could split your data into two streams. Split your data into unique stream as well as you could split your data into duplicate. Similarly, you could use transform tool to find the unique record, but we are going to use unique tool that you could find under preparation category. Let's add it and let's find the unique record. I'm going to select all the columns and there are 12 records. There are 12 records and I'm going to find the unique record by selecting all the field. Now if I look at the data, you could see we have 12 record in the output also, unique output. That means all these records are unique, but we don't have any duplicate record. But if you look at the data, you could see we have few name which are duplicate. We have Sharafuddin. Similarly, we have Anthem and Raphael. These are duplicate. So let me deselect all and let's select name. I am going to find duplicate names or duplicate record which is under name. Now you could see there are only 9 records which is unique, and if you look at the duplicate, you could see we have 3 records. Now if you look at the other data, especially employee ID, it's distinct. So we have Sharafuddin which is 1, but if you look at the duplicate record, we have Sharafuddin but the employee ID is 7. Now let me select few more columns. Let me select designation. If I select designation, I still find 9 record in the unique dataset and 3 duplicate dataset. But if I select DEPT, department, now one of the record become unique because this Sharafuddin have department name as IT, and for second record we have department name as HR. So these are 2 distinct value. It's not duplicate, these are unique record. Now if I deselect this and if I run, I could find only 9 record and this record is duplicate because we have Sharafuddin and software engineer and this Sharafuddin software engineer. But if I select or consider department name, this duplicate record become unique. Let me select it and let's execute it. Now if I select any other record, still I will be able to find only 2 duplicate and 10 unique record because for all other column we have similar values. There is no different values, we have same values. But if I select employee ID, all the record become distinct. That means unique because we have distinct value for all the employee IDs. So let me check this and you could see now we are getting all the distinct value. Similarly, let's add a summarization tools and let's try to find the unique values. Let me add name as key column. And you could see we are getting 9 record. Now if I select employee name, I will find 9 record. And this name you could find even in the summarization tools also. So by using summarization tool also you could find the unique record. Still you could find 9 record, but if I add department I will be able to find 10 record. Now you could see we are getting 10 record, 10 distinct record. So you could either use unique tool, and most of the time we will use unique tool to find the unique record, but there are alternative options. You could use summarization tool to find the unique record. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Over the time we saw many tools and many configuration, but still there are some configuration which I never discussed. So if you remember, we have many preparation tools and we go through some of them. Say for example, we could use sort tool to sort our data. We discussed this. Now inside sort tool, you could see a very important option called use dictionary order, and we discuss how this is working. Similarly, we have data cleansing tool. That is very powerful tool that help you to clean your data. So if you look at the data or tool, you could see you could remove null rows and columns. Similarly, you could select a field that you want to clean and you could perform some cleaning operation. If it is a numerical data, you could replace that value with 0. It's very important. Similarly, if the data is string, and if there is a null value, you could replace it with blank. Similarly, you could perform many data cleansing operation, remove all white space or duplicate white space, letters, numbers, punctuation, modify case. All these are very important configuration and we discuss all this. There is one more tool called filter tool. By using this filter tool, you could restrict your data. But there is one important point I want to reveal. If you select a tools and if you go to the result window, you could see a 3 dot and you could select the tool and perform basic data cleansing operation using this. So you could see you could perform basic data cleansing tool or operation using your result window. Similarly, you could perform basic filter operation or even you could perform the sort operation. So you could select a tool, you could perform basic sort and it will applied at the result window. It will applied at the result window. It's not going to affect your workflow. In order to affect your workflow, you have to use tools and you need to configure it. But if you want to analyze your data, you could use this feature. Similarly, you could filter. So you could apply the filter and even clear the filter, even clear the sort. So these are very important options. Now let me save this data into a file. So let me drag a output data tool and let's configure it. I'm going to save this file as a CSV file. Let me save it as employee details. EMB details, and it's a CSV file. The file will be saved as .csv and the delimiter will be comma, but I am going to use very important option, append suffix to field name. Let me select department. So we have some department. And you could see finance department contain only one record, HR contain 2 record, IT contain few record, and marketing sales. So we will get file for all this department. Let me execute it. And if you look at the output, you could see all the files are created. EMB details, finance. And you could even make it more relevant. So as we select suffix, it will be added. Department name will be added at the end. You could see EMB department, EMB details finance, EMB details HR, EMB details IT. Now if you select prefix, it will be added at the beginning. So you could specify something like this. And you could see finance underscore EMB details, HR underscore EMB details. So these are very important options. You should go through all this configuration before appearing the exam. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. So far we discussed many things about Alteryx and some of the Alteryx configurations, tools. But there are some situations you need to understand how the data analysis is working. And one of the very basic concept of data analysis is to identify what is dimension and what is measure. So look at this data. We have product category, then region, salesperson, and these are numerical data. Normally we will consider numerical data as measure and the string data as dimension. Normally we will combine some dimension and measure to analyze our data. So in order to recognize this, usually we will consider string value as dimension and integer value as measure. And we can't perform all the numerical operation on measure. Say for example, if it is a age, normally we won't prefer to perform sum operation. Usually we will perform maths operation, min operation, average operation on age data. Even though it's a numerical data and even though it's a measure, we will not consider to perform sum operation or add arithmetical operation like add, multiplication or division on top of age data. Similarly, pin code. Even though pin code is a numerical data, we will consider it as a dimension. We will consider pin code as a dimension. So we will not perform maths operation on pin code. Now let's see how we could analyze this data. So I want to find the total sale per product category. Similarly, I want to find max sale and minimum sales per region and salesperson. And I'm going to use unit sold, total price and total sales as a numerical column. So let's see what we could do. First, I'm going to copy this data. Let's paste it. So you could simply copy data from a Excel and paste it as a test input tool. Let's drag summarization tool. And I'm going to apply product category as group by because it's our dimension. Let's execute it. And you could see we have 3 product category. Let me find total sales. And to find total sales, we could use sum operation. And you could see we are getting total sales per product category. Similarly, I want region wise sales also. So let me select region and let's execute it. And there are 4 region are there. Let me select total sales and find the max sale and minimum sale. Now I want to include multiple dimensions. Right now we selected 1 dimension and 2 measure. Let me add 1 more dimension. So if you want to use dimension, you have to use group by. But if you want to use measure, you could use any of the available aggregate functions. So the concept is very simple. Normally, if you work with the data analysis, you need to identify which column you should consider for dimension and which one you should consider for measure. Normally, numerical data we will consider for measure, but all the numerical data we can't consider for measure. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. Now, assume you have a data set which is something like this. You have employee ID, first name, last name, year, then sales details from each quarter. Now if you look at the data, you could see we have many null values are there, and we saw we could use data cleansing tool to replace the null value with blank or 0. So if it is a numerical data, we could replace with 0, and if it is a string, we could replace with blank. But we don't want to replace this with blank or 0. We want to replace the previous value. If it is a null, just replace with the previous value. So you could use a different tool, multi-row formula. Now by using this, so if you want to learn more about this tool, you could open the example and you could see the configuration. But I just want to make a simple note. By using this tool, you could update an existing column or you could create a new column. I am going to update existing column and I could update the expression. Use previous value if the value is null. So this is the expression. If it is a null, take the previous value. Otherwise, take the current value. Now if you execute, you could see we are replacing this with the previous value. Now in this case, what will happen if you select a replace with the null, replace with the 0? You could see we are replacing with the 0. If the value is null, we are replacing with the 0. But by using these simple tools, you could easily replicate the previous value. So it's very powerful and very useful tool if you want to analyze. Normally you can't expect any questions about this tool, but it's very important, and during the interview you could expect questions regarding this. So that's why I want to cover this powerful tool. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Now let's see what will happen if you drag a zip file into the workflow. So assume we have some data. So let's go to the data folder. So assume we have some Excel files. Say we have some Excel files in historical Excel data. So let's make this folder as a zip file. So we have a Excel file. So we have a zip file which contain multiple Excel files. Now let's drag a zip file. So it's asking us to select which file are you going to read. So you could select any file, and you could select multiple files also. So let's select a single file and click open. Now it's asking which sheet are you going to read. So if there are multiple sheets, you could select from where are you going to read the data. So I'm going to select sheet, worksheet, and once you click OK, a input data tool is configured. So if you drag a zip file into the workflow, it will ask you to select which file you want. From the file, which sheet are you going to read. Similarly, if you go to the folder and if you drag a Excel file, this is a Excel file, and if you drag a Excel file, it will ask you to select which sheet are you going to read. So we have only one sheet is there, so I'm going to select that. So it will configure a input data tool to read data from a Excel file. Similarly, if you go to some CSV file, say, so let's drag a CSV file and see what will happen. So it won't ask any pop-up. It will automatically configure the input data tool to read the data, because we don't need to select any sheet. And you could see all the basic configuration, and if you want to customize, you could customize the data load also. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hi all, welcome back. Before going to the next level, just see what are some very important functionality provided by this result window. So if you select, so this is a workflow which we are going to explain in our practice test. At the end of the course, we have some practice test. There we'll explain this workflow, and don't bother about the configuration or anything. Just see, once you select a tool, you could see a preview of the result window. Similarly, if you select any of the output anchor, the result will change. So here you could see some very useful functionality. Say if you want to select or search something, you want to search for 2005. Say if you want to search, you could search here. So the data will be filtered for that particular records. So if there is any data which contain value 2005, that you could see here. So you could search for a value here. In the result window, you could search for any particular value. Also, we have an option. Say if you go here, and for this field, say award field, if you want to filter, say you want to filter 3, and you could see the value is filtered based on the value you applied. So if you want to apply some custom filter, you could see now we searched 2005 and we applied a filter. So if you want to remove the filter, simply go and click close. Now the filter is removed. Similarly, you have an option. Say if you click, you have an option to sort the data. So if you want to sort the data based on ascending or descending, you could do in the result window itself. So you could see now we applied a sorting. So there is a small icon you could see. Similarly, if you want to sort the data
in reverse order or ascending order, you could do that also. So result window will provide search option, filter option, sorting. Also there is an option to select relevant column. So if you want to see only few of the column, you could do that. So you could select film and year, and you don't want to see award and nomination, you could deselect that one and click show all field if you want to see all the field. So if you deselect any column, that column will get deselected, and if you want to deselect all the column, you could use this option, and if you want to select all the column, you could do this option, or you could select this option. Similarly, you could hide any of the unnecessary column by using this tick mark. So select tool or result window will allow us to filter the data, sort the data, search the data, and select relevant column. So these are the few very important functionality result window provide. Also there is an option to export. So if you want to copy all the records with header, and now the data is copied, so there might be some warning, the data might be truncated. So the data is copied. Now if you paste in the canvas a test input tool, so will be created, and you could see the value which we copied. There will be two columns, film and year value will be there. So this is the few of the functionality provided in the result window. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hi all, welcome back. Now let's see one more important functionality provided in the result window. So if you select the result window, and if you select the result or output anchor, you could see the result, and based on the selection the result will change. And there is one more option, say export. So if you see unable to save or export partial result, so we can't save partial result, but if you select the browse button, you could see the save or export option is enabled, and if you click, you could export this data, all record or selected data. So if you want to export only few of the data, select the data, then select this option, selected cell. Or if you want to export entire data, you have an option to all records and select the data types. So if you want to export the data in CSV value, then give a name. And click save. The data will be saved as a CSV file. So Alteryx will provide an option to export the data from the result window. So that also possible. Also, if you want to see the result in a separate window, you could use this button, and just like selected rows or all the rows, you could choose here. So if you choose all the row, you could see the result window in a new window. So these are the other options provided in the Alteryx result window. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello, welcome back. Now let's learn some technique that will help us to save some time while loading data from any files. So if you're using Alteryx, you could simply drag a file into the canvas and it will automatically configure the input data tool. But what will happen if you drag different types of files? Say for example, if you drag a PDF or if you drag a image file, what will happen? That's we are going to discuss in this video. So let's get started. So we have multiple files. We have CSV, image file, PDF and test file, and we are going to drag this file into Alteryx and see how Alteryx is going to behave. So if it is a CSV file, Alteryx will create a input data tool and it will configure the data tool to read the data from the file which we drag. and we know this. We explained this multiple times. Now if we drag a Excel file, Alteryx will ask us to select the sheet and it will configure the input data tool to read the data from the sheet which we selected. And if we drag a test file, Alteryx will create a input data tools and it will ask you to select few options. Based on your data, you could select the options and it will create a input data tools and it will configure the tool to read the data based on the configuration we selected. So depending upon the kind of data, you could select any of these options and it will create a input data tool. So if we drag Excel file or CSV file or test file, Alteryx will create a input data tool. Now let's try to drag a Word document. Alteryx is not going to respond or it's not going to create a input data tool. So if you try to drag a Word document, it's not going to create any input data tool. Similarly, image file, if it is a JPEG or if it is a PNG file or any other image file, Alteryx is not going to create any input data tool. So you can't drag a image and create a input data tool. It's not going to work. Similarly, if you drag a PDF, it's not going to impact or Alteryx is not going to create any input data tool. So if we drag a CSV file or Excel file or a test file, Alteryx will automatically create a input data tool. And if you drag a PDF or an image, Alteryx does not going to create this input data tool. Now let's assume we have a zip file. We have a zip file and inside this file we have a multiple CSV file. And so you could see we have multiple CSV file inside a zip file. And if we drag this compressed file into Alteryx, Alteryx will create a input data tool. So you could see it's going to create a input data tool and we will get a option to select the file. We could select all the file or we could select individual file from this list. So inside this zip file we have one folder and there are multiple files and we could select single file or multiple files. So I'm going to select 5 file or let's select 4 file. So I'm going to select 4 file and let's see what configuration will be available or what configuration we will get. So you could see we are reading data from a zip file and you could see the selected file. We selected 4 file and if you want to change the file, you could use this option and you could select or deselect files. And if you want to add the file names or search subdirectory, we could add or we could use this option. So we could drag a zip file or compressed file into Alteryx and Alteryx will create a input data tool. Now let's run this and you could see we are able to read all the data. So if you are reading multiple files using an input data tool, we will be able to read only those files where we have same number of columns available. So we could see out of 4 files, we have 3 files which contain same number of columns. Now let's add or let's go to these tutorials. So once you install Alteryx, you will get so many sample files. So let's go to this folder and you could see we have multiple sample data is there. I'm going to drag one Alteryx database. So if you drag a Alteryx database, it will automatically create a input data tool. So Alteryx database is a very popular file format we use while we are working with Alteryx. And if you drag a Alteryx database, it will create or Alteryx will create a input data tool and you could see the configuration. It's configured to read the data from this Alteryx database. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching.